This is Stars Fated, a forbidden alien love story, written by Ava Martin, digitally narrated with multicast voices.
Prologue. Kayaki, the goddess of creation, sat on her throne in a celestial chamber illuminated by swirling galaxies and nebulae. Her gown, woven from shimmering stardust, radiated resplendence. Nina, the goddess of wisdom, sat at her left with a serene posture resembling an undisturbed lake. Alveria, the goddess of time, sat at Kayaki's right side, looking as if she were woven from the threads of the past, present, and future.
So what are you planning to do?
Nina whispered her question, her gaze fixed on the viewing portal. It displayed a solar system with 3 planets and 3 moons circling a sun. Alveria sighed, bored already with the conversation. The vast celestial chamber shimmered in hues of violet and gold as another goddess materialized, Tolmia. The deity of health and fertility paced irritated across the crystalline floor, her star-green gown flowing in the wake of her rage. Her skin, once glowing and nurturing, now appeared dimmed and she seemed exhausted. Tolmia waved a hand at the viewing portal.
Just look at what Luruxis has done.
She fumed.
That wretched virus is laying waste to the entire solar system.
Kayaki ignored her and kept clicking her nails on the arm of her golden throne, as if Tolmia hadn't spoken. Her sister, whose flowing emerald robes rustled as she moved to Kayaki's side, peered at the image sadly.
The cries of the Raxans plague me. So much suffering and death.
She blinked her eyes, a stubborn tear tracking down her beautiful face.
You must intervene.
Hasn't she tried it already?
Alveria retorted with a bored yawn.
But Luruxis has the Zorgo too deep under his influence, and you should learn to close your ears to the mortal's cries. It never ends. Will you two stop bickering already?
Nina huffed, exasperated.
It's like you are still younglings.
Tolmia glided over, stopping in front of the portal.
There must be a way.
She murmured.
Your wisdom surpasses us all, Kayaki. Please, do something. I can't bear the screams and cries of the mothers losing their young.
Kayaki sighed, waving the portal away.
Luruxis' chaos energy fuels the Zorgo. His hatred of my minor projects runs deeper than the cosmos.
As she spoke, the air crackled with menacing energy. Darkness coiled around the radiant room as Luruxis, the god of war, chaos, and mischief, appeared. A snide grin crept over his lips as if he'd just stumbled upon a new form of entertainment.
Did you call me dear sister?
Kayaki's gaze snapped to the dark god materializing before them, her eyes flashing with azure fire.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear,
she said dryly. Luruxis strode forward, armor of obsidian glinting in the celestial light.
Come now, you know I cannot resist when you speak my name.
Tolmia's glow dimmed further as she clenched her fists.
Seize these games, Luruxis. Your virus afflicts millions of innocent souls.
Luruxis examined his claws indifferently.
What concern is that of mine? Mortal life is so fleeting anyway.
You meddle too often in Kayaki's creations.
Nina's normally tranquil voice held a sharp edge.
Meddle.
Luruxis placed a dramatic hand over his chest.
I prefer to liven things up a bit.
Kayaki rose from her throne, stardust gown swirling.
Do not pretend innocence, brother. This chaos reeks of your interference.
Luruxis's eyes glinted.
Prove it then, dear sister.
Thalmia surged forward, face etched with grief.
Must you always play foul when suffering abounds? Have you no heart at all?
Luruxis yawned, cleaning a speck of stardust from his armor.
Spare me the emotional please. I care not for mortal weeping.
Kayaki's eyes flashed dangerously.
You sow only misery and destruction, Luruxis. But I care not if you play with your worlds, but when you stick your nasty fingers on my creation.
Her brother chuckled.
So quick to judge. I provide opportunities for the mortals to prove their mettle.
Kayaki turned away, clasping her hands.
As always, you shirk responsibility, but I will not abandon my beings.
Luruxis's grin turned wicked. He waved a hand, and a viewing portal swirled to life.
Then let us make this interesting.
The portal showed a space battle where a fleet of Zorgo battleships was decimating the Raxans, weakened by disease. Another portal appeared, showing a mother birthing a dead youngling, her mortal face twisted in agony. In both portals, voices raised in despair as the virus took more lives than the war itself. Tholmia sobbed, grasping her heart. Even Nirna looked disturbed. Kayaki met Luruxis's gaze unwaveringly.
Seize these tricks. Your chaos shall not sway me. What is it you seek, brother?
She asked in a smooth, calm voice. Luruxis dismissed the portals.
Ever the stalwart, sister. But how long can your composure last?
He leaned closer.
I propose a wager. A game of cosmic strategy.
Kayaki eyed him warily, her eyebrow raised.
Name your stakes.
When I win, you shall kneel before me in submission.
Luruxis looked hungrily at the thought. A flicker of rage flared in Kayaki's eyes but disappeared in a blink.
I shall never kneel to you, little brother.
Luruxis's jaw tightened, but he shrugged.
Then your precious mortals will perish.
Kayaki stared at him, her eyes calculating. After a long pause, she lifted her head high.
So be it. When I am victorious, you will reverse this plague.
Luruxis's grin turned savage.
I accept.
Tholmia grasped Kayaki's arm, eyes darting between her and their brother.
Sister, do not trust him. He will not play fair.
Nirna too looked grave, but said nothing. Kayaki smiled knowingly and waved her hand at them, fixing her gaze on him.
Luruxis wouldn't cheat on a wager, would you, brother?
He only smirked, shrugging.
No, of course not. I am an honored god.
Of course you are.
Kayaki murmured under her breath as she approached a game table that materialized between them. Luruxis eagerly watched Kayaki arrange her shimmering clusters of stars and planets in a vast field of galaxies and nebulae.
For how long can you protect your precious mortals?
Luruxis taunted, his own pieces composed of menacing black holes and roiling dark matter.
Longer than you can sow chaos, brother.
Kayaki replied calmly. With a snarl, Luruxis opened by sending a spiral galaxy careening across the board. Kayaki countered by adjusting the trajectory of a nearby quasar to intercept it, preserving the fragile mortal worlds inside. Alveria yawned, uncaring.
Mortal affairs are so trivial. I don't understand your concerns.
She said directly to Tholmia, who had moved closer to Kayaki, engrossed in the board game.
You are always bored, sister. I would worry about your feelings, but I suspect you are devoid of them.
Tholmia quipped, not even giving Alveria a glance. Kayaki ignored both of them, her eyes glowing with focus, countering Luruxis's every attack. The cosmic chess-like match stretched on, a fierce battle between creation and destruction. Luruxis attempted to overpower Kayaki by using black hole pawns and dark matter knights to destroy her stars and consume nebulae. But Kayaki responded with transcendent skill rerouting star clusters, stabilizing threatened solar systems, and using gravitational pulls. At last, Kayaki maneuvered her galaxies into an alignment Luruxis could not overcome. The board had shifted completely in her favor.
Checkmate, brother.
She declared, eyes blazing with cold, calm victory. Luruxis recoiled in disbelief as the cosmic board aligned against him.
No, this cannot be.
Kayaki's eyes glowed with satisfaction.
You have lost, brother.
Howling in rage, Luruxis sent a shockwave of dark energy at Kayaki, but with a wave of her hand, she dissolved the attack. He collapsed to his knees as his power fled him, forced to kneel before Kayaki, her energy hold on him, strong.
Now, heal the damage you have wrought.
Kayaki commanded.
So give the mortals a cure and let them fight the Zorgo without your interference.
Luruxis roared in impotent fury as Kayaki compelled him to undo the chaos and recreate new worlds to replace the ones he destroyed. He heaved, breathing hard, and summoned a new portal. But before he retreated into the shadows, Kayaki stopped him.
Haven't you forgotten something?
She raised an eyebrow at him.
Yes, provide a cure for that wretched virus the Zorgo spread into the Raxus solar system.
Tholmia urged. 8.
Can't you feel their suffering?
Luruxis seethed as the white energy hold Kayaki had on him sparked, electrocuting him. He screamed and knelt before the goddess of the universe again.
You may have won this round, sister, but I shall have my vengeance.
He spat, eyes red, mouth dripping with venom. Kayaki gazed at him imperiously.
The first you will uphold your word and provide a cure for the plague afflicting my mortal creations.
Luruxis bared his teeth, straining against the glowing bonds.
And if I refuse?
Nina glided forward, robes whispering over the crystalline floor.
Will you forfeit your honor, brother?
She asked, voice deceptively mild.
What worth is a god who does not keep his vows?
Luruxis snarled, pride warring with rage inside him. Nina persisted gently.
We know you to be a god of your word, Luruxis, though few others believe so. Will you prove them right?
With a roar, he collapsed in a blast of dark energy.
Very well, Kayaki.
He spat defeated.
I shall provide a cure.
A blink of a second had passed, but in the mortal's time it had been years. Luruxis conjured a viewing portal with a wave of his hand. An image of the mortal world appeared, a group of healers celebrating a discovery. Luruxis raised his arms, shadowy tendrils gathering around his clawed hands. He drew the inky darkness into himself, face contorting with effort.
It is done.
Luruxis growled.
I have kept my word.
He dissolved the viewing portal in disgust. Nina inclined her head graciously.
We never doubted you, brother.
I will battle you again, Kayaki.
Luruxis growled before spinning away into the shadows without a backward glance. Kayaki met Nina's eyes with newfound respect. Once again, her sister's wisdom had found an elegant way to bend Luruxis to her command. She then turned to Thalmia, but her triumphant expression had faded. Thalmia looked hopeful, but her eyebrows furrowed.
The plague has ended.
She said, her voice uncertain.
Why are the mortals still plaguing me with their cries?
She stared at Kayaki, puzzled. Kayaki shook her head, strolling back to sit on her golden throne.
So the Luruxis provided a cure.
She sighed, mind already somewhere else.
He didn't undo the damage.
She summoned a viewing portal, peering closely at the recovering mortals. Though the sickness was gone, mutations and defects now marred their genetic code. They would be extinct within the next generation if she didn't act. Alveria sighed with boredom.
Why delay the inevitable? Mortal lives are fleeting as it is.
She grumbled, going back to her contemplations.
You can always start a new creation in a new solar system, if you enjoy it so much.
Kayaki dismissed the portal, her brow furrowed in thought.
No, not yet. I cannot abandon them. But healing this damage will require a delicate touch.
Thalmia wrung her hands anxiously.
What will you do, my goddess?
Kayaki gazed into the distance, stars reflecting in her luminous eyes. A small, mysterious smile played about her lips.
Luruxis believes he has thwarted me, but there is something I can do he hasn't thought of.
Her smile widened as she flicked her fingers.
There, I have set events in motion. Soon, my mortals will heal themselves.
Her sisters looked puzzled, but Kayaki only laughed softly.
Patience, sisters. I must guide this to fruition. The mortal's fate rests in my hands alone.
Chapter 1. Akhar. A shrill noise broke the quiet, and I shot straight up in my seat, my hand reaching for the sword that wasn't at my waist. Remembering I'd left it on the dash the night before, I found it there. Dazed, I looked around, squinting in the morning light. I had parked my skimmer on the edge of a hot, humid forest, and I felt the dense air settle around me like a blanket. Insects buzzed around me, and my shoulders felt itchy. Looking down, I saw that I was covered in a fine layer of sweat. The air felt heavy and oppressive, and the constant chirping of bugs filled the air. I could feel the sticky sweat now, making its way down my back, and I cursed myself for taking on this mission. Suddenly, a loud rumbling filled the air, and I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. In the distance, a yellow-brown mass was growing larger and faster. I didn't have time to think. I just acted. Tightening my grip on the hilt of my sword, I rushed toward the door. My hands trembled, and my heart raced as I grabbed the handle and pulled it open. The monstrous roar had grown louder, and I knew it was only beats away from me. I had to get out, but where to? I looked around, desperate for an escape route, but all I could see was the forest. After a moment of hesitation, I opened the door and hopped out. As I moved toward the mountain, my feet sank into the soft earth, which made me think of fertile fields and abundance. A pungent aroma of moisture, dirt, and vegetation lingered in the air and stung my nose, making my eyes water. I squinted against the light, expecting to see sunbeams filtering through the dense canopy of leaves above me, but there was no light. Instead, a thick cloud of dust hovered over me, making it difficult to make out any details about the terrain. Something was crashing through the underbrush, snapping twigs and dead branches as it went. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The thundering sound grew louder as a massive form emerged from the dust cloud. My eyes widened. A herd of Kasala charged toward me and the skimmer. The bulls were leading the pack with their gnarled horns swaying back and forth to either side of their heads, just below their jawline, as their backs rippled with muscles and sharp spikes. If I was going to be stomped to death. My heart beat wildly in my chest as I sprinted, my eyes trained on the thick tree ahead of me, still hearing the roars of the striped beasts, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground beneath me. Glancing back at the skimmer, I quickly pressed a button on my wrist comm to cloak it with a mirror shield. It would provide minimal protection from the beasts, but if by Kayaki they didn't destroy it, I could come back later and retrieve it. I raced toward the only thing that could shield me against them, the tree trunk, and didn't look back. I had no choice but to keep running, as I was. No match for the Kasala's armored skin. The air filled my lungs as I pushed myself harder, feeling the thud of the earth beneath my feet and the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The thought of facing the palace transport master again made me chuckle, as he would doubtlessly scold me for destroying yet another vehicle in less than a rotation. But Nebulas, surely he would understand. What else was I supposed to do? I knew I should have sent Cantu here, but King Zal was adamant. No one should know what I was doing, and this wasn't the time to play games with him. I got ready to jump and hide, but stopped sharply in my tracks when I saw a figure jumping between two Kasalas, holding them by their long neck, in between their spikes. With their broad back and long legs, they looked more like walking rocks than living creatures. Their flesh was yellow with brown stripes, and they were covered with hard but retractable large spikes on their back and neck that could gut a person in sex. Who the willingly ride those things? I was so surprised I didn't realize I had jumped the 5-foot-wide ditch and hit my shoulder on the ground, hard. All the air left my lungs. I rolled and groaned, but still dragged my ass, pressing my back against the tree and held my breath. Another ear-splitting sound reached my ears. I was expecting to be stomped by those beasts or gutted with those spikes, so I covered my ears with my hands and braced for impact. Nothing happened. The sound of their hooves and the tremors on the ground were still noticeable, but they weren't stomping or gutting me. I sat there for a few moments, trying to process what I had seen, until a gust of wind blew a chill through the air, snapping me back to reality. Still not believing my own eyes, I peeked out of the gap in the bushes, and my head swiveled, trying to make sense of the vision in front of me. There it was, jumping toward another Kasala. It was definitely female. judging by the shape of her breasts and the curve of her hips. She was clad in black, with a netted veil over her head, like the priestesses of Ankala. The female stood a foot shorter than me with a petite frame hidden beneath leather armor, a quiver of arrows, and a longbow strapped to her back. She had a whistle, which was the shrill sound I had heard, but the most unique thing about her was her boldness. The female had veered the herd away from my skimmer, corralling them away, and they'd obeyed. They barely touched it, slowed their pace, and made their way into the dense forest bush. I was still watching as she drew back her bow swiftly and fired it into the trees above my head. It landed with a dull thud as a Zuyu fell from an overhanging branch and hit the ground. She leapt into the air and landed on her feet, with the elegance of an experienced hunter. Swaying her hips, she walked toward her prey, a male from its size. With a tap of her foot, she knelt by the animal's side and said a prayer, as the priestesses would do in the city's temple. The scales on the back of my neck rose, and I felt a rush of heat course through my body. I stood, shifting my weight, while I cradled my arm before setting the bone in my shoulder back in place, with a quick movement. Likely hearing my grunt, the huntress turned, lifting her head and looking straight at me. I stared back at her. I couldn't see her eyes because of her veil, but her hands were naked, and the black thin scales on the back of her hand were raised. Her posture was distrustful, like a deadly serpent about to strike. The moment lingered as we stared at each other, assessing our opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Then, the air shifted. I felt the change in me, like a warm blanket on a cold winter night. A tantalizing scent tickled my nose and stirred something inside me. My head felt heavy, and I couldn't think straight as I felt my feet move of their own accord, walking toward her. My curiosity suddenly piqued, and I wanted to know more about this female. Was she a priestess? Why was she here alone, hunting? The Ankala priestesses received food and supplies from the king, and I knew they weren't lacking anything.
Don't you take another step,
she said, aiming her weapon at my chest. I stopped abruptly, brushed a loose strand of hair out of my face, and smiled at her, not wanting to scare her. Why was I so hot? My clothes were glued to my skin with the humidity, but the warm feeling in my heart came from somewhere else entirely.
Who are you and what do you want?
She asked, not lowering her weapon. The sound of her voice was like the song of a goddess. Her words flowed through me like water over a smooth rock in a stream, rippling and churning emotions within me that were new and yet somehow familiar, like I'd lived this moment before. Why is your face covered? Are you a priestess? I asked, slowly walking toward her. I needed to see her eyes. My heart felt like it would explode from my chest at any moment, and I just needed to get closer, and an arrow hit the ground by my feet, and I stopped moving.
That is my last warning. Move any closer, and you will lose a dear part of your anatomy,
she said with a hiss. Like this female. All right then, no moving. How are you going to carry that Zuyu alone? It must weigh at least 200 pounds, I said with concern in my voice, motioning my head toward the lifeless purple animal on the ground. She tilted her head and tightened her grip around the handle of her bow, as if threatening to shoot me again with it if I didn't stop talking.
Why? You think a female can't hunt?
Her tone was disapproving, with a slight hint of amusement. She clearly did not appreciate being judged by someone who knew nothing of what she could accomplish. That is not what I said.
You can keep it,
she said, mocking me before quickly turning around and leaping into a bush. Hey, come back. I just want to talk to you. I rushed after her, but she disappeared into the forest without a trace. After cursing myself for my loud mouth, I circled back and stopped, looking down at the Zuyu on the ground. I smiled as I walked over to it, scooped the heavy animal up, and threw it over my shoulder. Such tender meat shouldn't go to waste. I walked to my skimmer, deactivated the mirror shield, and laid the animal on the passenger seat over some furs. The little minx had it coming for her. Did she not think I could find her?
Chapter 2. Suomi. Tendrils grabbed my legs as I ran through the forest. I looked up and saw the sun, a quick burst of warmth, before I plunged back into the shade of the trees, the rhythm of my footfalls mixing with the gentle whispering of leaves blowing in the wind. My legs burned as I pushed myself forward. Each stride felt like a stumble. A thin layer of sweat covered my forehead, and a groan escaped my lips. When I reached the forest's edge, I collapsed onto a bed of dried leaves and gulped down the clean, cool air. My skin tingled all over, and I noticed particles in the air shaped like hard, dripping water drops. A tree creaked and groaned as I leaned against it and closed my eyes to rest. The stranger's face floated before me, smiling at me in such an intimate way, I almost didn't recognize it. This couldn't be happening. Covering my face with my hands, I shook my head gently, but nothing happened. When I lowered them, his face was still imprinted in my mind, looking right into my eyes. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. Not now, not ever. I looked around, staring at the weeping, deciduous trees that lined the edge of the woodland, sunlight filtering through their bare branches to create shadowy patterns on the forest floor. The smell of moist wood tickled my nose. I breathed deeply, savoring the crisp air tinged with the bittersweet smell of decaying leaves. Moving to a small nearby stream, I took a few moments to wash my hands, splashing water on my face. My heart thrummed in my chest, the fear that had sent me into flight, refusing to leave me alone. I stood outside of one of the hidden tunnels that led to the temple. Caro would be suspicious if I entered her kitchen, still trembling, and would barrel me with questions for which I didn't have answers. She would have to cook something else for dinner tonight, because I had stupidly left the Zuyu with the Boma mail. My heart leaped at the memory of him, at how the wind had caught his white blonde hair and loosened a few strands from the plaited knot on top of his head, framing the firm lines of his face. No, stop it. Kayaki wouldn't allow it. I inhaled again, focusing on the warmth of the sun, heating my face and the faint scent of overripe fruit in the air. Just beyond the crook in the river, I could see the orchard where the priestesses had picked fruit that morning, gathering it in baskets at the foot of the mountain tunnel. I remembered who I was, my duties, and what was expected of me. With a hand over my stomach, I felt the tension drain from my body as I walked into the tunnel. I trusted the universe's goddess, Kayaki, and knew she had already traced her path for me. Those butterflies in my belly were a fluke, and I would squash them mercilessly. Caro jogged up to me, a worried look on her face.
There you are. I thought you would be here sooner. What happened?
She peered around, searching for my kill.
You brought nothing?
She tilted her veiled head and sphered me with her eyes. I was startled because I hadn't realized I had crossed the tunnel and entered the kitchens. No, I got nothing, I said, hurrying to remove my longbow and quiver, hiding it in the pantry under the pan cabinet.
Nahanta asked to see you when you returned,
she said, pressing her lips and examining me as if I were a disobeying child. I glanced at her with my heart hammering and swallowed hard. Do you know what she wants? I asked, knowing very well she couldn't tell me what the High Priestess wanted, even if she was aware of it. Does she know? I asked in a low voice. Caro scoffed, her blue eyes flashing.
No, she does not know, but keep doubting me, and I'll tell her you went hunting instead of picking up fruit like everyone else.
Her voice didn't have the bite she was going for. Caro! I gasped, wrapping my arms around her waist and snuggling into her. I never would doubt you. You know that? I buried my face in her neck, feeling the warmth of her light brown skin and smelling the flowery scent of her soap. You are my favorite person in the entire world.
Sure I am, and you better remember it. What happened today? You never come home empty-handed. Did you spot them?
Her voice had a twinge of concern in it. Nothing like that. I just got distracted and lost track of time. I'll meet Nahanta now. Is she in the library? I sidestepped Caro and stalked to the door.
Suomi.
The warmth in Caro's voice stopped me before my hand touched the door handle. I turned to her, and she smiled with a twinkle in her eyes.
Wash before you go to her,
she said, touching her nose.
You smell like something died on you.
A laugh escaped my throat, and I removed my veil, mucked with dirt and leaves. A sniff under my armpits confirmed her words. I smelled like Kasala. I walked back to her and kissed Caro's cheek with a loud noise.
Stop it, child. You will get me dirty,
she said, pushing me away. Thank you, Caro. I don't know what I would do without you. My voice echoed in the corridor, and I heard her laughter. I flew up the stairs to my room, shedding my hunting gear as I went. If Nahanta found out about my escapades, she'd surely lock me up. I couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Nahanta had been trying to turn me into a proper lady for cycles. I dashed about the common room, quickly scrubbing myself clean, then yanked open my wardrobe and pulled out a light blue dress that buttoned up the front. Father's dressmaker had been sending me clothes every cycle, regardless of my protests, leaving my wardrobe stuffed with garments I could never pass off to the priestesses, who only wore Maktoon robes, coarse garments that covered them from neck to feet. I'd gotten used to wearing a veil as they did, but when I went hunting, I opted for a netted one that covered my face so bugs didn't get in my eyes. Today, I was grateful for that veil since it had hidden me from the Boma male I'd encountered in the woods earlier. If he'd seen me without it, he would have recognized me, jeopardizing everyone at the temple. Fear bubbled up inside me, and I took a deep breath. It didn't matter now. He was probably long gone, enjoying the Zuyu I'd left him. All that mattered was that nobody found out about our meeting and everything could return to normal. I grabbed my ebony brush and methodically ran it through my thick black hair, using deft fingers to braid it into a classic style. I tied it off at the nape of my neck, refusing to adorn my horns with the jewelry that the other ladies at court favored. That was the one concession Nahanta had made, and I treasured it. The Enkaila temple's floors were made of cool marble stone, and my feet tapped out a rhythm as I hurried down the ancient corridors. With each step, my thoughts ricocheted in my mind, searching desperately for anything I might have done in the past few rotations that would have warranted a summons from the High Priestess. I opened the heavy creaking door to the library, and my eyes immediately fell upon Nahanta. She was perched on the window seat, her book open in front of her, and a quill in her hand, furiously scribbling words across its pages. I stepped into the room, careful not to make a sound, and made my way to the chair across from her. I knew better than to disturb her when she was focused on writing, so I stayed quiet and tried to think of what she could want from me this time. I assumed it had nothing to do with the meat we had been eating for the past month, since she had no idea I'd convinced Caro to let me go hunting for it. She wouldn't know about the soldiers not delivering fresh meat to the temple either. Deliveries from Embu and Meru were still arriving, but supplies from the locals had stopped. In any case, according to my agreement with Caro, I needed to come clean soon. The people of this mountain were starving, and many were grieving their dead due to the war with the Zorgo. The last biological attack had taken many lives, mostly females and young, but Nahanta refused to acknowledge any suffering, claiming that it was part of Kayaki's divine plan, and we should not interfere. Suddenly, her rough voice broke through my thoughts.
Your father has summoned you.
Astonished, I stared at her as if she'd said something incomprehensible. My father. Is he coming to collect me? I asked eagerly, my heart pounding with hope.
No,
she replied flatly, her gaze meeting mine.
He sent an emissary. You should know that your father has many obligations. We are at war. He cannot leave everything behind to come to collect you himself.
Her words stung me as I understood the truth of them. As her meaning sunk in, I felt like a wave of despair had swept through me, saddened to hear my time was up. I had to go back. Of course, I choked, trying to suppress the flare of hope that had ignited inside my chest. Nahanta kept scribbling, but I knew she wasn't done, so I held my breath. After what seemed like an eternity but was likely only a couple of beats, she set her book down and pinned me with her emerald green eyes. She extended her arm and beckoned me to sit beside her.
Child, you have been here with us for a little over 10 cycles, and I care for you like my own. You will reach 80 cycles in a week, and you know why your father sent you here.
She said softly, caressing my cheek in a way she had never done before.
It is time to perform your duties.
My throat was so tight, I could barely speak. You mean, did he? All the blood rushed to my ears. My palms grew clammy, and my stomach twisted in knots as I realized the gravity of the situation. I knew what was coming before Nahanta even said it out loud.
Yes, child. Your father has found a match for you. Don't even think about complaining. You know it is for the best.
Her voice rose slightly, and a heat of anger crept up my neck. I know my duties, Nahanta, I snapped back, lowering my head so she wouldn't see the pain radiating from my eyes as I accepted that I would never get to bond with my fated mate. This path had been traced for me long ago, and fighting against it would only bring shame upon my father, the king of Raxos. Do you know who he is? I asked, raising my head to meet her ebony face. Just like mine, and searching for an answer in her eyes.
Yes, it is the son of Kay Laku. His name is Tuga. From what I could gather, he is a powerful warrior and will provide for you and your future offspring.
She said in a voice full of false cheer. If we have offspring, Nahanta, I spat out bitterly.
You never know what the future will bring, my child.
She grabbed my hand roughly in hers and squeezed it painfully. Her words were hardened like stone.
This is the best choice for you, and you know it.
The face of the Boma male I'd encountered that morning flashed through my mind, his sky-blue eyes smiling at me. My stomach twisted violently, but I forced the image away viciously. No, that was nothing, and it couldn't be.
Child.
Nahanta's voice was tinged with fear as she eyed me suspiciously.
Have you been outside recently?
Yes, to pick up fruit from the orchard. The lie slipped out of my lips flawlessly.
And did you encounter anyone but the priestesses?
Her tone was urgent, almost desperate. I locked eyes with her, trying to figure out how she could have guessed it, and kept lying without skipping a beat. No, I haven't seen anyone, Nahanta. What is the issue? She continued to stare intently, her gaze probing my eyes for the truth she thought I was hiding.
Nothing, I just thought. Never mind. Go, get yourself ready to travel. Your father's emissary will be here in a few hours.
My heart raced as a wave of relief flooded over me that she hadn't seen through my lie. How would she have known?
Chapter 3. Akar. The skimmer's powerful thrusters hummed as I carefully steered the vehicle toward the mountain. Clouds of dust kicked up beneath me, and I scanned the lush foliage below for any signs of the temple. There was nothing. I ran my eyes over the dashboard, waiting in vain for the coordinates I'd been expecting for hours. A flicker of annoyance crossed my face, and I blew out a frustrated sigh. Irritated with this mission already, I just wanted to get it over with. Once again, I wished I could have told my second-in-command, Kantu, what I was doing, but my orders had been not to tell anyone about my destination or plan. When I was called to the throne room, I dreaded the king's request, expecting something wild and unexpected. Little did I know he would ask me to pick up his daughter from the Enkala temple with the utmost secrecy. His paranoia that no male outside her family should meet her seemed absurd to me. How was she supposed to find her mate if she had never met them? Still, it wasn't my problem. I had no intention of becoming entangled in the trivial matters of finding a mate. I was determined to resist the notion of being tied to another amid this war. His Majesty had given me this mission because it was well known that Bomas and Yukumas were incompatible and never mated. However, a nagging gut feeling told me something was off. I begrudged the prospect of being pulled away from the front lines at a critical moment in the battle to appease a paranoid king, and my emotions raged like acid in my stomach. I couldn't even bring an escort, so I'd taken a 2-seat skimmer from the new line that had recently been mass-produced throughout the Raxos solar system, the sleek vessel able to move through the air like a metallic bird. With the wind in my favor, I reached my destination swiftly and silently, until I decided to take a quick nap while waiting for the coordinates and almost got trampled by a herd of Kasalas. The Ankala temple was hidden in a dormant volcano that had been inactive for thousands of cycles. The only way to enter was through a tunnel entrance, opened by the priestesses, and any unauthorized craft flying over their heads would be shot down immediately. So that wasn't an option. My mind raced with anticipation as I waited for the coordinates, desperately going over every detail of the morning. All I could think of was that mysterious female from earlier, with her face so carefully hidden. It was an odd thing to do, but I couldn't help but remember how alluring her scent was, making my heart throb and my stiffen. If she was a priestess, why was she hunting? I wondered why I was so focused on her. Although priestesses could technically take lovers, I had never heard of one taking a lover from another race. And if she were a mere huntress, she would be long gone, far away from the temple. But I couldn't stop my mind from musing on the idea, and I wanted to see her face when I gave back her kill. My pulse raced with excitement, and I prayed my gut instinct was right. My wrist beeped, and I glanced down, already knowing who it was. After pressing the accept button, I leaned against my seat, steeling myself for the conversation. "Speak," I said. "Commander, just calling to check in." Kantu's static-filled voice crackled from the comm.
"We haven't heard from you since yesterday."
I sighed and took a deep breath. My thoughts jumbled, and I hated to lie to my friend. "I am busy doing a task for the king. How are things there?"
"Some developments show that the Zorgo may have bases around Raxos. Rumors of bases in Mehru and Rhea have reached the men, but we have yet to find any. Everyone is restless here, awaiting orders."
I'm aware of this. Kentu, what is new?"
"Well, there was an attack earlier this morning in a remote village in the Rhea Mountains that killed everyone."
My blood ran cold as he rattled off a longitude and latitude that was dangerously close to me. The king's insistence that I picked up his daughter in secrecy made more sense now. He had known about the Zorgo presence in the mountains. A feeling of dread washed over me as I looked out at the landscape. Where were they now? I didn't like to be sitting here waiting to be slaughtered. I could understand Kantu's frustration, as I also felt it. My body had become a weapon of destruction. Each muscle was honed and sharpened by cycles of ruthless training in the blistering desert of Mehru. As a Boma warrior, I was born into darkness and forged in the depths of death, mastering the assassin's art and perfecting the techniques of silent death. I could slip into hostile territory without making a sound, my presence a hidden menace that no one could detect until it was too late. My enemies were helpless against my lightning-fast strikes, unable to escape as I took them down, one by one, in a flurry of brutal violence. I was feared throughout the solar system as the ultimate killing machine. My touch rumored to be enough to bring death to even the mightiest foe. So, being taken out of battle to be the king's lackey gutted me, and I hated it. "I'll be back tomorrow evening at the latest," I said curtly. "Until then, Keep them fighting. There is nothing we can do in space that the Yukuma and Boma teams in Meru are not doing now. Concentrate on your missions, and let them fight the Zorgo on the ground, Lieutenant, I said with gritted teeth. I had conflicting emotions inside me. Rage at the Zorgo for their violence, and fear of what might happen if they succeeded, if they hadn't already. Their last biological attack swept over Raxos, killing millions of innocents, and we could see they were trying to eliminate us. My skills couldn't defeat an invisible enemy. We were helpless against the Zorgo virus. They unleashed it, as Raxos refused to trade the rare thorium found only in our solar system with them.
Yes, Commander Acker. I'll see you tomorrow.
Cantu replied with a huff and disconnected the call. The silence that followed was heavy, and every thought in my mind filled me with the uneasiness of what could come next. I hadn't told Cantu why the king was using me, at least not yet. I hoped to negotiate more weapons and provisions for my battalion, in exchange for the information we had gathered during our patrols on the ice continent. That could change the war's outcome, provided it was used with sense, something our king had been lacking lately. But the lives of my men were more important than the kingdom's politics, and I could be a driver for a rotation, if it would help my cause. The sun was high in the sky when I checked my dashboard to see the coordinates had finally appeared. I revved the engine and flew for a few miles before I spotted a clearing in the forest and began my descent. The only sound was the birds and small animals scurrying away, as I looked gleefully at the Zuyu lying on the passenger seat, its blood dripping onto the furs. With a satisfied smirk, I stepped out of the skimmer, only to be startled by a rumble. I spun around to see a massive stone wall shift aside, revealing an entrance. They would know the huntress in the temple and where she lived. But if she was a priestess, well, I would find out soon enough. I hoisted the Zuyu over my shoulder and made my way into the tunnel, lit with motion sensor lights. The tunnel walls were made of heavy white marble stones, decorated with gold-chiseled engravings, and as I followed its path, I noticed a crack of light at the top of the mountain. Realizing that the Enkala temple must have had a mirror shield guarding it against the view in the sky, I quickened my pace. Finally reaching the temple, I took in its grandiosity. Massive pillars held up a high ceiling, decorated with beautiful depictions of Kayaki and goddesses of the afterlife. After placing the Zuyu on the ground, I waited for someone to come outside as an eerie silence hung in the air. The thick wooden door to the temple creaked open, and a female cloaked in black Mactun robes stepped out onto the stone steps. Nahanta, the high priestess of Raxos, was imposing and powerful, her face commanding and unyielding. As the afternoon breeze stirred her robes, she asked in a clear and steady voice,
Commander Ackar?
"At your service," I replied, bowing my head. I stayed still as a statue as I felt her gaze pierce through me, all too aware of how vulnerable I was standing in her temple. She stepped closer and looked down at the animal on the ground, its fur soaked with blood. After a long pause, she addressed me.
An offering, Commander?
No, Nahanta. A small gift from one of the huntresses, I replied, glancing back at her. She inhaled and closed her eyes for a moment, her jaw tight with something I couldn't quite read. Nahanta's eyes locked on mine, as if assessing my character. I could feel her penetrating gaze as I stood before her in silence. I wanted to thank the huntress, but I won't be able to take the Zuyu to Imbu City. My skimmer only has 2 seats. Would it be possible to thank her in person? I asked cautiously. Nahanta's expression hardened. Her lips tightened into a thin line, and her green eyes flashed with disbelief.
Commander, do you know what you're doing?
She asked, sternly. I stared at her for a moment, failing to understand why she was so angry at me. The sound of small footsteps made me look over Nahunta's shoulder into the shadows behind her, where a dark figure in light blue clothing with a black veil covering her head stopped abruptly, startled by my presence. My heart immediately began to beat faster, and suddenly, a wave of familiarity washed over me as the scent of spiced oils reached my nose. "You," I said under my breath, staring in disbelief. I recognized the smell, as well as the figure standing there, and I knew that whatever was about to happen would change things forever. The High Priestess's voice boomed through the hall, reverberating like thunder in my bones.
Suomi, my child, come forward to meet your father's emissary. He has come to escort you back home.
Her commanding gaze settled on me, and I felt an invisible force compelling me closer. I kept my eyes fixed on the figure standing in the shadows, while I clenched my fists and forced the words out of my mouth. "Yes, Your Highness. Let us leave while the sun is still at its zenith." I could feel my throat quivering, yet my words came out like steel. Reluctantly, the female stepped toward us and bowed her head. My breath caught in my throat when she looked up at me. Piercing violet eyes locked onto mine, emanating intensity, and for a moment, it felt like they held 1,000 suns in their depths. They flashed gold before fading away, temporarily blinding me with their brilliance. She was definitely Yukuma.
Chapter 4, Suomi. My heart stopped as I recognized the stranger's silhouette from the forest earlier. He was the warrior who had come to escort me. I wanted to run but held on, not wanting Nahunta to notice my state. From the shadows, I watched him with bated breath, this time able to take him all in. His impressive figure was sheathed in dark brown leather armor, a rich sepia to his light brown skin. His muscles strained with contained power, and his sky-blue eyes glowed with the fire of 1,000 souls, striking me with awe and admiration. I knew he would tower over me, as he was at least 7 feet 4 inches tall. His majestic horns rose like a crown, carefully intertwined with his pristine white blonde hair, which was now back in place, knotted in an intricate braid at the top of his head. My heart raced with anticipation as a cold shiver ran down my spine. My trembling intensified when he spoke to me with dominance in his tone. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me and knew my doom was sealed when the smell of freshly spilled blood hit my nose. I assumed he had brought the Zuyu with him. Fear and excitement bubbled inside me. If he had already told her about the kill, there was no hope for Kero, and the High Priestess would surely punish her for my misdeeds. Nahunta beckoned me forward. I wanted to curl into a ball and disappear. My heart hammered in my chest as I frantically sought any way out of this predicament. How could this be happening? How could Kayaki be so cruel? I lifted my head, looked straight at the warrior, and almost took a step back. His eyes, sky blue just a beat ago, turned to gold for a moment, and a sob escaped my mouth. I quickly recovered and composed myself because under no circumstance could Nahunta know what was happening. This was impossible. I had no time to waste and needed to think of a way to escape this situation as soon as possible. "Is there no one else to escort me?" I asked, looking desperately around for an escape, knowing full well that there was no way out now. The warrior's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a sinister smile.
"No, Princess. There is only me."
I glanced at Nahunta, and my stomach twisted, anticipating the storm.
Child, did you meet Commander Akar today?
Nahunta's voice was as sharp as a dagger, and even the warrior frowned. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. His name was Akar, and that brought on a heavy and hot feeling in my stomach. Still, I tried to stay focused on the moment. I forgot to tell you about him when you asked, Nahanta. He wanted to give me the Zuyu, but I had my hands full with fruit baskets and asked him to come here. It completely slipped my mind, I replied quickly, hoping she would believe the lies I was spinning with my words and pinning the warrior with my gaze, begging him to keep his mouth shut. His nostrils flared with fury, and his eyes turned a brilliant gold, making me gasp as I kept staring. I saw them turn colder than the icy depths of the Cardho Desert.
Of course. That is what happened,
he said smoothly. His voice was without trace of deception, and Nahanta and I stared at him.
It was,
she asked, her emerald eyes drilling into his soul as if questioning his existence.
Yes, High Priestess.
He answered with a grace and poise that made me tremble. How could one male lie so effortlessly, without any hint of guilt or regret? At that moment, I realized I was no better than him. Hadn't I just done the same?
Thank you, Commander, for your generosity.
Nahanta spoke in her typically cold tone. Sending out a call for the kitchen staff via her wristcom, she gave me a surprisingly concerned look. The commander's scent filled my nostrils as I prayed to Kayeki with all my might not to let me make a fool of myself. While I was promised to another, I couldn't deny that I was drawn to him, as if by a mating call. But that was impossible. Mixed-race matings were unheard of, but I tried desperately to convince myself that this was impossible because it felt anything but.
I understand you only brought a 2-seat skimmer, Commander?
Nahanta asked in a polite, more graceful voice. He paused before answering, his gaze locked with mine.
Yes, Nahanta. It had to be done in total secrecy, and no one else was allowed to accompany me.
Nahanta scoffed at his words. The unexpected sound snapped me out of the trance Akhar's eyes had on me, and back to reality. I swiveled my head to look at her. Why was she being so cold and sarcastic?
I understand why you did it, but it was pointless.
She spat in that razor-sharp tone she used when annoyed.
Pardon?
The commander asked in confusion, an emotion that seemed new to him.
Never mind.
She replied quickly before beckoning me over and draping her hands over my shoulders as if to protect me from what I was about to experience.
Child, you cannot take your things today, but I shall send them with the next delivery of supplies. Now remember who you are and your duties, but most importantly, follow your path. The goddess has chosen it herself, and she never fails.
She said softly, yet with deep sadness in her voice. The sting of tears welled in my eyes at Nahanta's words. Yes, Nahanta. I'll follow my path just as Kayeki set it out. My voice came out strained and tight. A coarse grunt echoed behind me, but I ignored the male. Nahanta's lips curved up in a smile, although it failed to reach her eyes.
Now go, my child. I'll see you soon.
You will? I questioned, not fully comprehending her words. Nahanta rarely left the temple unless there was a matter of utmost significance outside these mountains, which only happened once in the last 10 cycles. She nodded and gestured for me to go. I followed the commander to the tunnel with a frown on my face. I heard one of the other priestesses behind me, no doubt collecting my last kill for their supper, and sighed with frustration. My emotions were conflicted as I left the place that had become my home for nearly 10 cycles. On the one hand, I was relieved to be away from the stringent expectations of life within the temple walls, yet on the other hand, a deep sadness rose within me at being so far from my family. When Mother had died in a Zorgo ambush when I was almost 70 cycles old, Father had shipped me off here and had never visited nor sent word, not once in all the cycles since her passing. So, these priestesses had become my new family. The only contact I'd had with the outside world had been by way of letters from Sealy, my older brother by 2 decades. He too could not visit due to my father's wishes. I had felt so alone here until the day I decided to live and honor my mother's, Queen Sana, memory by obeying my father's orders and being happy doing it. Ever since I was a small child, I had dreamed of being a great warrior and defending the kingdom, but as the princess of a war-torn solar system, I was in no position to challenge my father's rule. With my father firmly against the idea of a princess warrior, to the point of forbidding me from participating in the initial rites, I contented myself with hunting and running wild in the mountains of Rhea. Those rites are an ancient tradition where the young would go into the wild with a couple of elders to participate in hunting tournaments and initiation to adulthood rituals. Since my father wanted me untried, my mother relented, and I missed that tradition. Though it felt like my freedom was at an end, I hoped my match would be kind and understanding. Father would have chosen a kind Ukuma for me, and although I would now be restricted to his lands, I wasn't worried. All would be well, so long as I could convince the people there to do my bidding as I did with the priestesses. My parents had a mating bond union, and when my mother died, my father lost his sanity for quite some time. Some rumors still claimed he was mad. He hadn't wanted Saley or me to feel the same pain he was in, so he'd sent me away to the temple and forbade me from forming a mating bond with my fated mate. Sally has been fighting the Zorgo out in space on the Red Planet and Envari, the other 2 planets of the Raxos solar system, while I've been confined to this mountain. Boredom quickly set in as I found little to do since I wasn't being trained as a priestess. Caro and the younger priestesses took pity on me and often allowed me to do what I wished, much to Nahanta's chagrin. Lost in my thoughts, I hadn't noticed the commander had stopped by his skimmer, the passenger door open. His sharp golden gaze pinned me in place, sending liquid heat racing through my veins like a hot wave, quickly igniting a fire in my core that caused me to stumble. He shot to my side, catching me before I hit the ground. His masculine scent of wood and musk drifted up my nose, threatening to unravel me, and I had to resist the urge to lean in and take another lingering whiff. When our eyes met, his were blazing, looking at me with an intensity that rivaled how I often looked upon my prey.
Be careful, my princess. You may fall and break your ankle.
He purred, his velvet-smooth voice sending a thrill through me. His body heat crept through the layers of fabric keeping us apart, and I shuddered with anticipation. My heart thumped wildly in my chest, and I pushed him away from me. "I thought you wanted to leave with the sun still high," I spat back at him. He cocked his head to one side, and his gaze probed mine as he stood there for a moment, his fists clenched. After a few secs, he turned away to the skimmer, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. He held the door open for me, and I settled into the passenger seat, finding his eyes still on me. His jaw was clenched tight as he closed the door with finality. The smell of death and blood filled my nose. From the Zuyu I had killed only a few hours earlier, but it was tinged with his scent, which made my stomach flutter involuntarily. He climbed into the skimmer without a sound, and I found myself hoping that this journey wouldn't be unbearable after all. I just needed to endure the few hours of flight before I was safe in my father's palace, and then I could forget I had ever met him.
I was already impressed with your hunting skills,
he said after a few beats of silence, his voice cutting through like a sword.
But I am sold on your deception, Your Highness. You would be a skilled politician if you took a chair on your father's advisory board.
I looked up from my hands, busy fiddling with my gloves. "Oh, Commander," I said without missing a beat, "I would say your particular skills are not so bad either." I locked my eyes on his, not giving even an inch. A smirk twisted up one corner of his lips, and he nodded his agreement before turning on the thrusters to take us soaring into the sky.
Chapter 5, Nahanta. I watched as Suomi disappeared with the commander into the tunnel, and for a moment I stayed there, stunned, looking into the empty tunnel with my mind reeling. My eyes were betraying me, and I couldn't believe them. That was the only logical explanation for what I had just witnessed. A loud clatter snapped me from my trance, and I spun around to see Caro standing there with a wheelbarrow in her hands. Her eyes were focused on the tunnel's entrance with a look of deep worry, radiating pain and sorrow. I could feel her fear mingling with my own as we both stood in helpless silence. Goddess, what was happening? Could it be possible mixed matings existed? How and when had it started? A feeling of dread washed over me as I thought what might happen if that were true. I realized how much deeper the impact of this could go, far beyond any war for control of the thorium. Change is always met with resistance, and this time could be more dangerous than anything we had ever faced before. Was it a message from the goddess? A warning of what was to come? Noticing I was looking at her, Caro bowed slightly and said in an anguished tone,
"May the goddess bless her."
I nodded, unable to speak. She, too, had seen it. Suomi and Commander Akhar eyes glimmered with a molten golden hue, revealing the beginning stages of their mating bond. Caro dropped to her knees before the creature and uttered a prayer of reverence under her breath. Her hands trembled as she reached out to the Zuyu, cradling its soft fur as if she were handling a sacred relic. With the help of another priestess, the two of them lifted the still bleeding animal into the wheelbarrow. If it hadn't been for the searing anguish tearing me apart, I would have grabbed Caro by the shoulders and shouted that Suomi had been hunting outside the temple. But at that moment, I had more pressing matters to attend to, so I forced myself to keep going. They thought I didn't see how Suomi cleverly manipulated the priestesses, twisting them around her finger until they blindly danced to her tune. "May Kayaki bless you, Caro," I said as I bore into Caro's soul with my gaze, assessing her inner turmoil. Her eyes were stormy, showing the conflict that raged within her.
"I didn't know, High Priestess,"
she muttered and averted her eyes to the entrance where Suomi had disappeared. "I know you didn't." I fixed my gaze on the entrance to the tunnel that was closing and heard Caro trudge away to the kitchens with the wheelbarrow, its screeching wheels piercing through my thoughts. The temple was eerily quiet and empty as I rushed inside. I went to the library, searching the ancient books to see if there was anything about mixed matings between Bomas and Yukumas. Perhaps the priestesses who preceded me had some record of it. The smell of old paper wafted through my nostrils when I opened the doors to the room where the ancient books were kept. I made a mental note to speed up transcribing the scriptures so everything was computerized in the system. I found several references in older texts about previous attempts at unions between Bomas and Yukumas with little to no success at all. One entry warned against it. The offspring of such an unholy union will be cursed by Kayaki, who will brand them as abominations that do not belong in our world. I frowned at those entries, feeling a chill running down my spine as I wondered why they would have signs of mating fever, if not by the goddess' design. Would they be cursed and rejected by their people? It wasn't long before I found an ancient text, encased in plexiglass to avoid being corrupted by the elements, where I read another entry on ancient matings between Bomas and Yukumas that had taken place thousands of cycles ago. It was told as a tale, not as fact. Still, although there had been some unsuccessful unions, some couples had created strong bonds between themselves, their families, and their two cultures by combining rituals from both sides of their lineage. What happened to these people was unknown, as there wasn't any other register of mixed matings in the library. I took a deep breath and sighed in relief as I reread that passage. Could it be that the goddess had blessed their mating? My mind returned to that first moment when Suomi's eyes flashed gold in this room hours before. At first, I thought it had been a trick of the light, but when I asked her if she had been out of the temple, and Suomi denied it, I believed it was my imagination. But nothing could be as obvious as when the commander came to pick her up. His eyes also flamed gold. Even though I wanted to deny what my own eyes saw, I couldn't. I needed to notify the king before they reached Embu City. I just hoped I was doing the right thing. Since time immemorial, matings on Raxos had been guided by the goddess. Mates recognized each other when they were in each other's presence, by scent, by the vibration of the thread in their chest, connecting them, by the pulsation and heating of the horns in the males, and especially when their eyes turned to gold. Mates like these were precious because the possibility of having offspring was almost guaranteed, unlike mates chosen by families, whose percentage of having offspring was half the ones chosen by Kayaki. However, because the war lasted for centuries, many wealthy families started making deals between them to strengthen their economic ties. The king had his selfish reasons for not wanting his children to meet their fated mates in bond, as was tradition, but now it was too late. He had to reconsider, or it would be a death sentence for his child's soul. Looking out the window, I realized the sun was going down and jolted up. His Majesty had to be warned. I hurried to the communications room and closed the heavy door behind me, breathing deeply, trying to calm my heartbeat. I went to the console facing a wall and made the call.
High Priestess?
King Zol appeared on my monitor, looking slightly annoyed.
I hope there's nothing wrong with my daughter's travel arrangements,
he said, taking a sip from the wineglass in his hand. His golden horns gleamed in the light, reflecting off the window, and he focused his violet gaze on me. I'm doing you a courtesy, Your Majesty, I said, steeling myself to face his fury. Suhomi has been here with me all these cycles, and we have done our best to guide her.
Enough of the evasive talk, Nahanta. What's the problem?
King Zol asked, sitting straight in the chair. His gaze pierced through me like a spear, demanding an answer. My voice was hard and cold as I asked, how far along are the preparations for mating the princess with Tuga, Kalaku's son? I narrowed my eyes and waited for his answer, consumed with a blazing determination to protect Suomi and her commander. The king, seated atop a royal throne in his private cruiser, glared at me suspiciously. His piercing eyes made me proceed with caution.
High Priestess.
He spat the words with contempt.
I did not know you were interested in these affairs.
He took a deep gulp from his glass, looking at something off-screen that caught his attention. My teeth ground together with a sharp snap, and I hissed my words through clenched teeth. I am interested in the peace of our kingdom, Your Majesty. The war with Azorgo is enough, and we don't need an internal war tearing us apart from within as well. The king stilled, darted his flaming violet eyes between mine and, in a deadly whisper, asked,
What are you trying to tell me, Nahanta?
The air around me tightened as he awaited my response. The commander you sent to escort her, I said, my tongue feeling like lead in my mouth. They are mates, I said, never averting my gaze from the king's thunderous stare. Even if I ignored all the other signs, I could not deny their blazing golden eyes, my king. The room froze through the screen as King Zol's face contorted in rage. With a primal roar, he stood up, his chair clattering to the ground.
He is a Boma. That is impossible.
He roared, his voice reverberating off the walls as he sent the wineglass smashing against them. I'm afraid we may be wrong about that, Your Majesty. They are mates, and you'll be able to confirm it in a few short hours when they arrive in Embu City, I said, impassive to his reaction. When his rage grew to a fever pitch and he started destroying the furniture, I closed my eyes and offered a silent plea to Kayaki for their protection.
Chapter 6. Akar. The air around us was so thick with tension, I could practically see it. My horns were throbbing, sweat was pouring down my back, and my chest heaved with each breath I took. I couldn't believe this was happening. She was an Yukuma. Nothing made sense, and I couldn't think clearly. It felt like I'd been kicked in the gut, and all I could focus on was her presence. The sweet smell of her was sending me into a passionate frenzy. It stirred something deep in my soul, making my mouth water at the thought of touching her. But that was wrong. She was the royal princess, and I was a mere assassin sent out at the king's request. It wouldn't matter that I was a commander or had a battalion under me. If I touched her, I would be disgraced. I would lose my honor and probably be shunned from the fleet, losing the respect of my men. Worse, I wouldn't be able to help them with whatever I was able to negotiate with the king. There was no such thing as Yukuma and Boma matings. I peered at her from the corner of my eye as our skimmer flew over the Ree Mountains. If all went as planned, we'd reach Embu City by nightfall. I would have to endure 7 hours locked up in this tiny space with her, breathing her scent without touching her. She sighed deeply and turned her head to look out the window. "How long have you been hunting?" I asked, desperate to break this overwhelming silence. "You have great skill. You could make a fine warrior." Her gaze shifted to me, her eyes flickering gold with some unknown emotion. before returning to their deep violet hue.
It was my dream to be a warrior when I was young.
She said sadly.
But that's a thing of the past now. Are there many female warriors under your command?
Her voice quivered, ever so slightly, giving away her anguish and sorrow. Why would she be so sorrowful? I stared into her face, taking in her sharp cheekbones, upturned, straight nose, and round cheeks. She was breathtakingly beautiful. I couldn't look away, not even for a sec. Every part of her seemed to captivate me in ways I'd never experienced. The thought of having a Yukuma mate filled me with both exhilaration and fear. How could it be possible? There must have been some mistake. Despite everything I had been through in life, every hardship and battle I'd fought, nothing had prepared me for having an Yukuma mate. I wasn't counting on finding one, at least not for a few more cycles, let alone a princess from a different race. But my body was rebelling against my reason. My hands trembled with anticipation as I imagined yanking her close against me and feeling her curves pressed against my hardening Not as many as a few cycles ago, I replied through gritted teeth, trying to banish the image of her naked body from my mind. The female population had decreased drastically since the last Zorgo biological attack. Recent generations of females had not joined the fleet, as Nyangas and elders encouraged them to be home, birthing and nurturing their offspring. Suomi sighed.
Of course, it makes sense.
She agreed with me, but her body remained rigid and tense, amplifying the agony of my curiosity. Why did you lie to the High Priestess? I asked, despite knowing I should keep my distance. Something wild and uncontrollable swelled in my veins as I yearned to know more about her. I wanted to know her thoughts, her plans, and her dreams, even if I knew that this was all for nothing. She could never be mine. She flashed me a glance before averting her gaze again.
I am a princess, and according to Nahanta, I cannot put my life in danger, or really do anything.
She hissed in disdain. The reality of the situation hit me like a slap in the face. This attraction was merely an illusion. Kayaki must have been testing me. That you are, I growled under my breath, cursing that this had stirred up a world of trouble for me.
What do you mean by that?
And her eyes flashed gold with anger, and I was struck dumb by her beauty. Maybe we were both being tested. Those golden flashes weren't only one-sided. So maybe. Just then, the skimmer sounded its alarms, the deafening noise filling up the cabin and cutting off all further conversation between us.
What is going on?
The princess shouted, covering her ears. Her look was frantic, her expression wild with fear, yet she clamped her jaw and held her posture tight, refusing to show it. A deafening roar pierced the air as the craft lurched forward, jolting us with a devastating force that ripped one of our engines away and sent the skimmer spinning rapidly toward the earth below. I whirled around to Suomi and shouted, "We've been hit." Instinctively, I reached out and grabbed her. Surprised that she accepted my touch, I pulled her close and wrapped my arm protectively around her shoulders. "There's no time left. We're going down," I shouted, desperately trying to control our rapid descent, but we were falling like a giant stone. Still squeezing the princess tight against me, I spoke in her ear, "Brace yourself," before we careened into the dense forest. The treetops shattered as we collided with them, and we spun out of control until we finally crashed into the ground. When I recovered my senses, my vision was blurred from the impact. I checked on Suomi. She had been knocked unconscious, and I shook her awake frantically. Smoke began filling the cabin, and my heart raced as I turned to find an escape. The door had been bent inward, trapping us in this inferno. Through my terror-stricken haze, thinking she was harmed under my watch, I unfastened my seatbelt and saw that the front window was cracked. With one mighty burst of energy, I kicked out the window and lunged forward, leaping out of the skimmer, just in time to see flames engulfing the cockpit. Without hesitation, I dove back in and unfastened Suomi's belt, hauling her out with me just as her dress caught fire. Coming to, she screamed wildly as I pulled her out of the burning wreckage and rolled her onto the ground to extinguish the fire consuming her clothing. Suomi looked at me with a mixture of confusion and fear. We had stopped rolling, and I found myself on top of her. Her veil had been knocked off, and I could finally see the small horns protruding from her head and her wild black hair partially covering her face. We lay there for a few moments, both of us panting, our eyes locked in a silent trance. "Let me see your arm," I growled as I rolled off her quickly, still cursing my traitorous body for responding to her nearness. I moved to sit beside her and, gently yet firmly, pulled her arm toward me. My stomach lurched when I saw the wound that ran from her elbow to her wrist. But she didn't make a single sound or flinch in pain. "You're hurt," I said through gritted teeth as I took in the extent of the damage. Her blue dress was destroyed, filled with gaping holes and torn fabric, showcasing her shiny black skin. My eyes lingered there, seeing the curve of her breasts, and imagining my tongue gliding over the twin peaks like...
"I can handle it,"
she said softly, dragging her arm back to her lap and cradling it. What was wrong with me? She was hurt, and here I was thinking of devouring her body. This was neither the time nor the place. I will take care of it later. Right now, we must get out of here before they come looking for survivors. I glanced around at the destruction surrounding us, a reminder of why we needed to leave immediately. Suomi rose to her feet, and I couldn't help but stare. She was so beautiful, with her wild dark hair cascading behind her. But then I saw her frown at me, destroying the peacefulness of the moment. Right. It was time to leave. I started to turn away but heard a cough, and my gaze snapped back to Suomi's. "What?" I asked gruffly, my voice low and laced with annoyance. Not at her, but at my overacting desires. I needed to control my urges, or we would lose much more than our lives.
"You don't know where to go, do you?"
she asked smugly, still cradling her arm. "Does it matter?" I asked, running a hand through my own unbound hair. "As long as it is away from here," I said as I started walking again, expecting her to follow me. She stopped me with a curt cough, and I spun around with a questioning look.
"Maybe it would be good to find water."
She motioned, glancing down at her arm. "That's what I intend to do," I muttered through clenched teeth, finding the female increasingly infuriating.
"Well then, the river is that way."
She motioned with her thumb over her shoulder and marched into the woods. I heaved an exasperated sigh, feeling this was the hardest challenge the goddess had ever thrown at me. Grumbling under my breath, I followed Suomi through the wilderness.
Chapter 7. Suomi. My heart was beating fiercely inside my chest. Despite surviving that crazy crash, despite my arm hurting and throbbing from the burn, my body only cared about his presence, reacting to his intoxicating masculine scent. My scales rose all over my skin, and I didn't know what to do with these feelings. Never have I had such a visceral reaction to a person, one that caused a flutter in my belly and the feeling of constantly wet underpants. No, this was so wrong. I had to be strong enough to push those thoughts out of my mind. Taking a deep breath, I focused on my surroundings. I knew the river was a few miles east of where we had crashed, and we would have to cross Cade Furu territory, small herbivorous animals with big round eyes, long, soft fur, and a lethal poison in their saliva. They didn't bother anyone, but they were pretty territorial, especially when they had cubs. I needed to treat my burn, and the Cadfuro consumed plants whose sap was a disinfectant and anti-inflammatory. I stopped listening to sounds of the forest. The sun was already going down over the horizon, and the shadows were advancing inside the thick forest. I looked down at my arm and grimaced. The fabric of the dress had mixed with my burned skin, creating a grotesque image. It would leave a horrible scar, but I didn't care. I was just glad I still had my arm. Would the male my father has chosen take me with this defect?
Why are we stopping?
The commander's voice was slightly exasperated, and I looked up at him. My breath caught in my throat with the raw desire his presence ignited inside me. I'm looking for something, I said, stepping forward. I couldn't give in to temptation. He was forbidden to me, and even if we could, I'd never heard of a mixed race mating bond.
What are you looking for?
He took 2 steps, easily catching up to me, his gaze questioning but patient. I looked around and found the Tsurushi canes, Cadfuru favorite food. We're looking for that, I said, pointing to the tall yellowed canes a few feet away from us. The commander looked at the plants and then back at me, his brow raised. It is Tsurushi. Its sap has healing properties. I went to the reeds and crouched in front of a bunch of them. It also helps with pain management, I said, pulling out a dagger from my boot.
Whoa. Did you have a dagger the whole time?
The commander asked, impressed. With a swift movement, I cut a cane in half. Viscous, whitish liquid gushed from within, and I held my injured arm under it, washing my burn with the soothing sap. What did you expect? I'm a huntress, I said, letting out a groan of relief as the pain subsided.
Are you sure it is safe?
He approached, brow furrowed, ignoring my jab. It is a disinfectant and an anti-inflammatory, I said, moaning loudly. The relief was so good that I momentarily forgot about maintaining decorum. He clenched his jaw and focused his gaze on my mouth, slowly moving up to my eyes. His gaze was hungry and possessive, and I was trapped in it.
You know these mountains very well, don't you?
His voice was hoarse. He took a step and leaned over me. His body was so close to mine that I could feel the heat emanating from his skin. I lifted my face and looked at him, taking in his angular face, following his tongue as he licked his lips. I lived in this forest for 10 cycles, explored every corner, and went to the most remote villages. Yes, I can say that I know this part of the mountains like the back of my hand, I said, getting up, cradling my arm, and walking toward the river, avoiding the thorn bushes surrounding the Tsurushi canes.
Why did your father send you to live in the temple?
He asked when I stopped to listen to the sounds of the forest. That question took me by surprise. No one had ever asked me that before, and I spent a few moments pondering what to say. I looked him straight in the eyes, contemplating his motives. What did I have to lose? Everyone knew Father had lost his sanity when Mother died, but nobody dared cross the king. My father wanted to keep me out of sight of any male. The words tumbled out of my mouth, unfiltered. He won't allow me to create a mating bond with my fated mate. The commander let out a growl and flexed his hands. His body was tense, like a coiled spring. Sensing danger, I took a step back.
Why would he do that?
He asked hoarsely. He looked like he was attempting to contain himself, but failing. I opened my mouth to say what? That Father didn't want my brother and me to go through what he was experiencing. That losing a fated mate was brutal on the surviving one, and the king wanted to choose our mates? It wasn't common, but court matings were less and less based on mating bonds and more on arrangements between families. I loved my father and wanted to honor his decision. He had been an excellent father who taught me to be strong and independent, and I knew the extent of his pain. I saw how he looked for my mother in the palace corridors, the way he would talk only to realize she wasn't there. It looked like his soul was searching for hers without respite, always seeking her presence, only to find an empty space. The king, my father, wanted the best for my brother and me. Before the tragedy that took my mother, we were tight, and he would take me on his travels. I was his little girl, and even in his madness, I saw his orders as a way to protect me from the pain of losing my future mate. Outside the court, most Raxans still followed the mating bond, and many believed mates were formed by Kayaki's design. I was already betrothed, which was almost the same as being mated. Even though females had the last word in the choice of their mates, I didn't. The king had given his word, and that was sacred, though in my heart I felt the wrongness of it. The thought made me frown, and my breath caught in my throat. I had to remember who I was, a dutiful daughter of the king, loyal to my people and my family. I couldn't let myself be swayed by my own desires.
Why?
Akar asked again, his gaze locked on mine, probing me, almost demanding an answer. I don't owe you any explanations, I said, not liking how he affected me, but if you must know, The howling of an animal close by abruptly interrupted me. I stilled and locked eyes with Akar. More howls broke the silence, and he pulled me against him, my body pressed against his.
What animal is that?
He asked, low in my ear. I ignored the heating on my scales with him breathing so close to my neck. Cadphuras, I said under my breath. The howls were getting closer, and we could hear bushes rustling around us. The leaves on the trees to our right began to shake violently, and I looked up and froze. A family of Cadphuras, one male and several females with cubs clinging to their necks, swayed from the branches of the trees, agitated, their red eyes glowing and their mouths foaming.
Foolish female. Why didn't you say we were in Cadphuru territory?
The commander tightened his arm around my waist, pulling me behind him. If the situation weren't serious, I would laugh at him for thinking he could protect me from a family of those little beasts. Not like I had a choice, did I? I said, turning toward the river and running away. If I were you, I wouldn't stay to find out how painful death by their venom is, I shouted, quickening my pace. Hearing a roar behind me, I didn't stop to look and kept running for my life, and only the commander's steps behind me let me know he had caught up. The sound of running water relieved my unnerved brain, distracting me as I looked for its source. Tripping over some stones, I fell to the ground and caught the fall with my hands. Pain radiated from my injured arm until I suddenly floated in the air. Hey! I screamed when hands spun me around and Akar tossed me over his shoulder. It knocked the air out of my lungs, and I moved my legs and hit his back with my fists. I raised my head to protest, but the sound got caught in my throat when I saw an entire family of Cadphuras behind us. Dozens of animals had appeared out of nowhere, and my stomach dropped. Take us to the water, I shouted, pointing in the river's direction as if he hadn't heard the rushing water. Akar grunted and stopped at the top of a waterfall in a few strides.
How can I protect you if you are always getting into trouble?
He grunted, sitting me back on my feet. I don't need your protection, I huffed back, looking down at the water below. Behind us, the roar of angry animals was deafening.
We have to jump,
said Akar, looking back at me. I looked at the waterfall, took a deep breath, and nodded. Akar took my hand, locking his eyes with mine, and we jumped. Our hands separated before we even touched the water. I went to the bottom of the river, but managed to propel myself up by kicking my legs. When I broke the surface, I took a breath and looked around for him before feeling his hands on my waist, pulling me close. The water wasn't cold, but the current was very strong and pushed us out of the center until we could swim to a small blue sandbank. He pulled me out of the water as I coughed, spitting out a mouthful of water I'd swallowed, and tried to catch my breath. Akar looked me over, scanning my body for injuries. As I saw relief reflected on his face, his eyes returned to their clear blue.
Are you okay?
His hoarse voice rang out in the silence, broken only by the soft splash of water. I lay down on the sand, still unable to speak, and saw him looming over me, looking worried. His eyes focused on my injured arm.
You're gonna need more Sarusi,
he said, pulling out bits of fabric that stuck to my burned skin. I hissed in pain, and he immediately stopped picking at the wound.
We must clean this up or it will get infected,
he said, getting up. I lifted my head to look at him, appreciating the wet leather clinging to his body, outlining every muscle. That can wait, but we must find a place to spend the night, preferably high up, well off the ground, I said, looking up at the sky that had darkened.
Let me guess. Creepy crawlies come out at night,
he asked, hands on his hips and brow raised. Not creepy crawlies, no, night hunters. He picked me up like a baby and took me to the edge of the forest next to trees with large trunks and broad branches. I can walk, you know. My voice lacked anger, though. It felt good to be carried, to feel his heartbeat, to feel his body heat.
I know, but I enjoy carrying you,
he said, pressing me closer against him and slowly lowering me until my feet touched the ground. My legs tingled as his body glided against mine, my breath quickened, and I gasped. We stared at each other, the electricity of our attraction crackling in the air.
Can you climb the tree?
His husky voice sent a thrill through me. He stood before the gnarled old tree, his eyes sparkling in the fading light. I was certain he felt it too. The heat between us was unmistakable. His hand moved slowly up my neck and over my shoulders, sending sparks of electricity through my body. His fingers lingered lightly before our fingertips brushed against each other, and his crooked smile, which had first drawn me in, ignited a million stars inside me. Without a word, I began to climb, searching for crevices and small holds in the trunk. The bark felt rough and splintered under my fingertips as I scaled up to the highest branch, wide enough to lie down on, expecting him to be behind me.
Wait here a beat. I'll be right back,
Akar said, and disappeared into the forest. I was completely soaked, and my dress was scorched, with holes in the bodice and the skirt. The sleeves were torn. I had lost my veil in the fire. I was a real wreck, and the weight of the dress prevented me from moving comfortably. With the help of my dagger, I cut the dress from top to bottom, leaving only the higher part of my shift on, which left my shoulders showing. Underneath, I had on tight underpants, which had been singed, but would do until I found something else to wear. I should feel ashamed for wearing so little, but I was used to hunting with tight leather armor, and I didn't care anymore. At the moment, clothing was the least of my problems. I clenched my teeth and carefully pulled off bits of fabric that had become embedded in my skin. Part of the scales on my arm had melted, and it hurt to remove it. A noise to my left made me jump, and I turned my head to see that Akka had returned. He was crouching, a thick leaf curled like a funnel in one hand. His eyes devoured me, and I felt my nipples respond to his gaze, hardening like tiny pebbles. My reaction didn't go unnoticed, his eyes dropping to my chest.
Let me do that,
he said, crawling to me. My scales shivered at the sound of his husky voice, and I squeezed my thighs, seeking some friction. He handed me the leaf funnel and, with slow, smooth movements, helped me clear away any remaining fabric. Tearing a piece of my dress, he patted it down, cleaning my wound and then dripping the Sarushi over my arm, soaking the melted scales, causing instant relief and numbness in the area. Still silent, he tore off more rags and wrapped them around my arm. When he finished tying off the last piece, his eyes roamed back up my body, pausing briefly on my chest, then moving up to my face. "Commander," I said breathlessly.
Akar. My name is Akar.
He said hoarsely. His eyes flashed. The gold was so intense that I couldn't hold his gaze.
Princess,
He continued, moving closer, putting his arm on the trunk over my head. His breath touched my skin, his mouth was close to mine, and I was in such a trance that I couldn't think of anything else. I wanted him to kiss me.
Say it.
He whispered. "What?" I asked quietly, closing my eyes.
My name. Say it.
He demanded, almost touching my lips with his. "Akar," I breathed. Suddenly, he covered my mouth with his, pressing his body against mine. His taste was exquisite, and I felt myself drowning in pleasure. Tentatively, I brushed my tongue over the seam of his lips, and he groaned. Eagerly, I did it again. Akar took over, devouring my mouth in a punishing rhythm that took my breath away. He stopped abruptly, and I sought his mouth blindly. When he touched his forehead to mine, effectively severing the kiss, I frowned. Then I heard the rustling of the bushes and the crackle of a comm.
"I can locate an active comm in that area. They should still be there,"
said a voice below us, speaking a language that wasn't ours. Zorgo. Dread and anger bubbled up inside me. I watched as Akar fumbled with his comm and turned it off, clenching his jaw so tight I feared he would break a tooth.
"Okay, I'll continue down the river."
I heard the noise of other voices coming from the forest. We stayed up there watching them search upstream until they reported they had nothing. One of the Zorgos said that we had probably gone downriver and ordered them to return to base, leaving the team further down to search that area. "Let's follow them," I said, quickly climbing down from the tree.
What? Are you mad?
He asked from his seat up on the tree branch. "Didn't you say I would make an excellent warrior? Besides, don't you want to know where their base is?" I said with a low hiss. Akar looked at me with frustration and breathed.
Right, but you will do what I say.
He jumped down the tree like an egu, silent and deadly, and waited for my answer. "Yes, Commander, I'll do whatever you say," I purred. His eyes flashed, and I started after the Zorgo with a quiet laugh.
Chapter 8. Akar. What happened to the night hunters, then? I asked in a wry voice. Aren't you worried anymore?
"I'm not afraid of the animals of the forest,"
Suhumia replied somberly, looking up at me over her shoulder. She was delicate and very feminine, and seeing her without her dress, in that tight underwear, was sensory overload. The smell of her arousal was driving me mad, imagining all the things I wanted to do to her tight body. I stared at her for a few beats, watching her hips sway as she walked. Clenching my fists, I tried to curb the urge to grab her again and kiss that honey-tasting mouth. I wanted to forget about the enemy and drown in her moans, but alas, I was a commander, old enough to know better. I placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. I meant what I said. If we go after them, you'll do what I say. My tone was serious. No heroics. If you want to be a warrior, remember that we follow orders.
"I know that. No heroics, I promise,"
she said, turning and following the trail the Zorgo had left. A low growl bubbled up my throat, and in a few strides, I latched onto her uninjured arm. With a gentle but strong grip, I pulled her close to me and locked my piercing gaze on hers. Do not test me. We are only here to assess the situation, and then we are gone. I growled in a low voice, feeling my body surge with desire when she released a startled gasp, sending an electrifying jolt of arousal through me. My priority was to get her away from here, but I remembered the yearning in her voice when she spoke of her childhood dream of becoming a warrior. Seeing her absolute mastery of the Kasalas and the lethal precision with which she shot down the Zuyu, I knew she had all the makings of a formidable warrior. I felt something inside me twist with conflicting emotions that brewed within me. I wanted to draw her away from the danger as much as I wanted to encourage her to pursue her dreams.
I understand, Commander,
she replied, straightening her posture and staring me in the eyes. My name is Akhar, I said through clenched teeth. Why did I have this vital need to hear her saying my name? Her lips twitched, and her eyes sparkled with amusement in the forest's darkness.
Akhar,
she purred, licking her lips.
I understand.
Her voice was husky and seductive, making me dream of taking her and thoroughly enjoying her cries of pleasure. We easily followed the tracks of the Zorgo, who didn't seem to be afraid of being caught, judging from the careless way they left traces everywhere. I was angry at myself for not thinking to turn off my comm. Since we crashed, I had been trying to contact Cantu and the palace in Embu City without success, but it never occurred to me that the Zorgo might have put up a shield, cutting off communications on the mountain. Still staring at her hips, I was impressed with Sahomi's ability to move in the forest. Our night vision was acute, and we didn't need light to see in the dark, but she was silent and quite aware of her surroundings. We dodged trees, thorny bushes, and even some animals without any problem, until we reached a newly formed clearing, where voices could be heard speaking in the language of the Zorgo. Their fetid stench could be smelled from a distance, ruffling my scales with disgust. Sahomi stilled. Her eyes searched around, and she pointed to a nearby tree. I nodded, understanding what she wanted to do. She climbed the tree until she sat up high on a branch, making herself comfortable to observe the enemy camp. She then looked down at me as if to say, "See? I'm behaving." Amused with this female, I climbed after her and sat with my thighs gripping the branch, facing her. I removed a pistol from my boot, pressed it into her hand, and asked, "Have you ever used one of these?" I suspected she hadn't. Those pistols were new and combined metal bullets, propelled with laser clicks. They were still being tested, and after some persuasion and a few negotiation rounds with the weapons master, my team had been chosen to try them out.
No, I've never seen one of these. Do they work when wet?
Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she took it and fiddled with it. "Yes, you aim just as you did with your bow and arrow and press down here," I said, showing her how the weapon worked. I started to climb down, but Sahomi's voice stopped me.
"Where are you going?" she whispered.
She shouted. "I'm going to go around the camp and see how many are here," I said, jumping down and staying in a low crouch. "You stay here and let me know if there are any changes." Her eyes narrowed and her lips pursed in frustration while both hands balled tightly into fists.
"And how am I supposed to do that?"
she asked, looking down at her bare wrists, a twinge of concern crossing her features. "You will find a way," I tossed back at her, unable to restrain a grin as I heard her huff. The little minx was concerned with my well-being, but I wouldn't risk her safety more than I already had done today. Kayeki forbid she got captured. Not only would the king have my head and my team's, but I wouldn't forgive myself for putting her in harm's way. I walked around the Zorgo camp in the forest shadows, searching for their weak spots. From what I could see, they had lit small fires at the edge of the clearing, which struck me as odd. A huge space in the center wasn't being used, and they had positioned themselves around the outer edges of the clearing, leaving that space open. I assumed they were guarding something there, something protected by a mirror shield. After a few beats of observation, I caught the exact moment when one of the Zorgo warriors appeared out of nowhere, walking out of that exact spot. Got you. There must have been a spacecraft docked there, which meant this wasn't a fixed base, but a temporary one. It must have been these scoundrels who destroyed the village and slaughtered everyone there. One of the Zorgo walked over to the bush where I was crouched and undid his pants. This shit wasn't happening. I could see his green skin, all sweaty and clammy. His eyes darted back and forth across the forest, scanning the area, and he took out his and started to pee. With the precision that cycles of assassin training gave me, I silently crawled out of the bush and got up behind the Zorgo. He turned his head to the side, and I put my arm around his neck, cutting off his air. With a flick of my hand, I broke his neck and caught his fall so it wouldn't make a sound. Deftly, I dragged him to a nearby tree and sat him down with his back against the trunk. His neck dropped to one side as if he were resting. His pants were still open, with his limp dick showing. If anyone came to inspect, they'd notice it immediately. But I'll be damned if I was going to touch a Zorgo. The forest clearing was still silent, save for the cackles and footsteps of the Zorgo soldiers walking around. From my position, I could see Suomi through the tree branches. I didn't like her, watching me kill, but she had wanted to be a warrior, and this was the reality of warrior life. In the blink of an eye, she was down on the ground. My heart skipped a beat, and for a single moment, time seemed to stand still. The warriors had yet to spot her, but it was only a matter of time before they did. I stared at her in warning, but she ignored me and circled the clearing on the opposite side of me. Her movements, cautious but precise. I kept my eyes on her, feeling both admiration and annoyance. She was clearly brave and daring, but also reckless and irresponsible. I would spank her little backside for this if we ever got out of this alive. Quickening my pace, I killed 2 more warriors that lingered on the clearing's edge, not bothering to hide their bodies, when I saw her throw her dagger, hitting one of them on the neck. He fell to the ground with a dull thud, and I held my breath, praying that it hadn't been noticed. The bastard thrashed in the dry leaves, making a gurgling sound. She knelt by his side and removed her dagger from his neck, her hand catching the weapon he had drawn out. Thick green blood squirted out to the earth. His eyes were open in disbelief.
"What was that?"
said a voice closer to us. Footsteps sounded, and I closed my eyes, breathing deeply to calm myself down. Suomi was pointing at the edge of the forest to where she had been hiding. I stared and saw nothing. "What?" I motioned with my hands. The curious Zorgo soldier got closer to me, and I sprang on him, punching him low in the stomach and slashing his neck with my sword. Loud footsteps made me look up to see Suomi frantically running toward me, not having the care to be quiet. What was wrong with the female?
Ked Furus,
she said, breathing hard and motioning over her shoulder with her thumb.
They must have followed us. We need to get out of here.
I looked closely at where she was pointing and saw what she meant. A family of little beasts was watching us from the edge of the forest.
We can't run. They will follow us, and the river is behind them this time.
She whispered with urgency.
"Nukos, where have you gone?"
A voice from the center of the clearing shouted. I swiveled my head, not seeing the Zorgo, but I knew he was there. Suomi looked puzzled for a moment, and I pulled her to me. "Come with me," I said quietly, walking toward the center.
"Where did you idiots go?"
The crackling from various comms sounded on the clearing, agitating the Cadfuros that had been quietly watching. 2 Zorgo responded that they were on patrol and coming back. There was another team downstream looking for us. We heard them being ordered to return as 1 Zorgo suddenly appeared before us from thin air. Before I could react, Suomi raised her arm and fired the weapon I had given her earlier, hitting the Zorgo warrior between the eyes. Thick green blood splattered onto her white clothes, and she grimaced. The little beasts that had been quietly watching us until then began to snarl, jumping from branch to branch, making an infernal noise. We had no alternative but to enter the mirror shield and the possible ship hiding inside it. Running into the forest was suicide, and staying there was impossible if we wanted to keep our necks. I pulled her uninjured arm to me, walking her to the spot where the Zorgo had appeared moments before, and we crashed into a wall. No, the texture was metallic. It was a spaceship, as I had suspected, hidden from sight. We heard agitated voices coming from inside, and even though we didn't know how many of them were there, we couldn't stay out in the open and serve as a target for angry Cadfuros. The Cadfuros charged, running straight at us, foaming at the mouth and red rage flaming in their eyes. "See if you can find the entrance," I yelled, raising my sword to ward off a male who had leapt to our feet.
What do you think I am doing?
Suomi shouted back. She was feeling around with her hands for the spaceship's door. With a downward swing of my sword, I slashed and killed the Cadfuro male, causing further commotion among the animals and making them more violent. Their red eyes seemed to glow brighter, and saliva production increased. "Suomi,"
I found it.
she yelled and pulled me by the collar. I let her drag me, tripping on a step and falling on my ass, inside the entrance of the Zorgo spaceship. "Take care, female. At least let me know where you are taking me before you yank me like that," I said, looking around. I had seen many Zorgo ships in combat and destroyed quite a few others. I had, however, never been inside one, and their technology was quite advanced compared to ours.
Eckhar, look!
Suomi's voice was urgent. I turned and looked up. Suomi had raised her arms in surrender, and my eyes focused on the Zorgo warrior with a gun pointed at her head. The craft's door was still open, as my legs prevented the door from closing.
"Where's the captain?"
The Zorgo's angry voice held fear and a hint of confusion.
Outside.
Suomi replied in a firm, daring voice. A screech echoed right in front of me, and I felt movement at the entrance to the spaceship. I threw myself at Suomi's legs, making her bend her knees and fall forward, catching her fall with her injured arm. She screamed at the same time that a shot sounded in the small space, ricocheting in my ears as a figure leaped in and landed on the Zorgo warrior. The animal screeched in pain but opened its jaws and bit the Zorgo in the face. I dragged myself inside the craft, pulling Suomi away from the Cadfuro, and sighed in relief when the door swung shut. The Cadfuro bled a whitish cream, and I moved to avoid it touching us. I wasn't a Nyanga or interested in biology, but I suspected their blood would be as poisonous as their saliva, since it was the same color. The Zorgo screamed and thrashed on the ground, but the animal didn't let go. The bastard's face contorted, showing the horror of the pain the poison caused. Suomi hid her face in my chest and cradled her injured arm. They were our enemies, but to see any being die from Cadfuro poison was horrible, even for me. I pulled Suomi closer, hugging her. Her expression was impassive, but she stopped me when I took the gun from her hand and pointed it at the animal.
No, he was just defending his territory.
she said, looking up at me. It's been shot, Princess, I said gently. It won't survive. I pulled the trigger, and the animal let out one last screech before dying.
Chapter 9. Suomi. Akar fired again and ended the Zorgo's suffering. I knew that death from Kadfuru poison was horrible, but witnessing one was entirely different from hearing about it. My stomach flipped, and I breathed in through my mouth. The scent of death was too strong, and I was about to throw up.
Come on. Lock the doors and come find me,
Akar said with a commanding voice, walking into the spaceship's interior. I looked back and went to the door, searching for a way to lock it. Next to it was a control panel with several buttons and lights, so I pressed the lock button and heard the latch click into place. Although we spoke entirely different languages, most Raxans learned to speak Zorgo as part of our defense strategy. The Zorgo were our greatest enemy and had launched a campaign to completely eliminate us from our solar system so they could dominate the extraction and trade of thorium, which was only found on our moons, in Raxos and in Rokt, the red planet. Akar disappeared into the spaceship, and I looked around, taking in the small space. We had entered a small dark room, which led to an area with a bench pressed against the wall, where weapons I'd never seen before were displayed. On the opposite side were metal lockers with galactic numbering and thumb-sized panels where a code could be entered. I ignored my instinct to snoop around and find what they contained, and went after Akar instead. Outside, the sounds of enraged Kadfurus grew louder, but there was no sign of any other Zorgo warriors inside the craft. That was a relief. But how would we get out of there? How long would the little beasts stay out there waiting for us? The interior of the Zorgo ship reeked horribly of their stench, and I fought back against the vomit again. Turning left down the corridor, I entered what must have been the navigation cabin. Giant windows overlooked the clearing, and I could see the bodies of the Zorgo we took down. The Kadfurus, fussing with them and trying to wake them up, screeched in frustration. Several black screens lined the cabin walls, and several control panels were loaded with buttons and tiny flashing lights. Akar was sitting in the pilot's seat, fiddling with one of the controls with dexterity and skill. What was he doing? Nahanta had said he was a commander, but of what? A frustrated growl echoed through the cabin, and I focused my gaze on his profile. His wild white blonde hair fell in a ripple down his back, and his teeth were clenched. What's wrong?
I can't find the panel to turn off a communication shield,
he said, pressing several buttons. Lights came on, but nothing happened. The screens remained dark. I walked over and sat in the chair next to him. What does it look like?
I have no idea. We never had access to a Zorgo spaceship. They usually destroy them before we take them, or we shoot them down before they kill us.
You mean that you've never seen the inside of an enemy ship before? Good to know. My tone was sarcastic, and I didn't know why. Maybe it was exhaustion or pure and simple frustration. He was giving me whiplash, and my body didn't know how to react. He seemed to want to devour me in one beat, but in another, he was distant, in warrior mode. As selfish as that felt, I was confused, and my hormones were all over the place, totally altered, causing havoc in my mind. My rotation had started before sunrise when I went hunting, and it seemed endless by now. It was inconceivable that in the space of less than one rotation, my life had been turned upside down, and there was nothing I could do. Akar crossed his arms and sat there, gazing at me. Although his expression was unreadable, I could see the gold shimmer in his eyes and knew he wanted to touch me, just like I wanted to touch him. But I was too afraid of being rejected, so I kept my hands by my sides and stayed put. Akar seemed to sense my fear, despite our lack of physical contact, and his gaze softened. He reached his arm out slowly, and I felt my heart beat faster with each move he made. Finally, he touched me. His fingers grazed my skin softly, and I felt an electric current rush through my body. I closed my eyes as my whole being filled with warmth. For a moment, all time seemed to stand still, and I allowed myself to be enveloped in his embrace. When I opened my eyes again, I saw his face mere inches from mine. He smiled and then leaned in slowly, pressing his lips against mine. The kiss was gentle and tender, but it felt like my entire world had come alive. I wanted to stay in this moment forever, feeling the warmth of Akhar's lips. When we eventually pulled away, we were both smiling, and I felt deeply connected to him. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting my rotation to be like this. How can I help you?" I said, exhaling and placing my elbows on the control panel in front of me. I pressed a small round button on the edge of it and cringed. Darting my eyes to Akhar, I waited for his reaction, but he was occupied with his controls. Suddenly, a screen that had been black until then turned on with a soft noise. Another one to my right showed images of the spacecraft's exterior from various angles. I could see the Codphyrus running and crashing into the outer walls of the craft and looking around the area in confusion. The animals felt the presence of something, but saw nothing.
"Sounds like you're helping a lot,"
said Akhar with a hint of a smile in his voice. I turned to face him, and he leaned over me.
"Let me see that panel,"
he said in a husky voice, taking my arms off the panel. "Oh, sure. I hadn't realized I had turned those on." He fiddled with several buttons and deactivated the mirror shield with ease. The Codphyrus reacted by hurling themselves at the spacecraft more violently, making an even greater racket.
"Okay, that's better."
Akhar fiddled with his wristcom, turning it on. I looked at him with some envy. I also wanted to have a comm. I also wanted to be able to travel the galaxy and fight the Zorgo. I also wanted the freedom to go where I wanted and do what I wanted.
"What is it?"
His gaze was piercing, insistent. "What? Nothing. Why?" I asked defensively.
"What was that look, Princess?"
he asked, brushing a lock of my hair and tucking it behind my ear. My body betrayed me, and my cheeks heated. "Nothing. I already told you." My voice came out clipped, breathy.
Do you want to go clean up?"
He looked down at my undershirt, covered in green blood.
"I've sealed off all the exits, and the Zorgo warriors outside won't be able to get in, even using the emergency code. You can shower to get all that blood off while we wait for rescue."
"Have you called them?" I furrowed my brows. I hadn't noticed him doing that. How tired was I?
"I'll do it in a beat. I thought you'd rather be more comfortable, that's all."
I smiled, nodded and got up. "I'm going to look for the freshener then," I said as I walked out of the navigation cabin and into the hallway. My arm hurt, and all the tension of the rotation was getting to me. The thought of a hot shower was quite enticing. The corridor had several doors, and I opened some of them to reveal small rooms with numbered metallic cabinets from floor to ceiling. One of them was a 6-bed bunk room, and the next was the freshener. It was large and communal, with the toilets enclosed within individual compartments, just like the showers. I undressed and entered the first compartment. The water was cold, so I adjusted the temperature and waded in, keeping my injured arm away from it. There was a soap dispenser, but the scent was awful, making my eyes water, and I didn't use it. My mind went back to Akhar. The passionate way he'd kissed me in that tree and the gentle touch of his lips in the navigation cabin. I was succumbing to the mating call and would give myself to him if we remained here. I could still feel the warmth of his lips, the gentle caress as he explored my mouth with his own. It had sent a flood of desire coursing through me. The way he'd touched me with such reverence, like I was something precious, something he wanted to treasure forever. I could still feel the heat of his body against mine, smell the intoxicating scent of wood and musk that seemed to linger on his skin, and feel the beating of his heart against my own. It had nearly overwhelmed me, this longing for something more. I must be going mad to think about something like that. My father would be enraged, but alone in that freshener, I didn't want to think of my father or my duties. I only wanted to dream of him, Akhar, and how his touch made me feel. How could I be so attracted to a boma? He wasn't the first boma I'd seen. The palace was full of them, including females who'd worked with my mother. But then, since the skimmer crashed, I noticed we seemed to grow closer. The way he would protect me when danger approached. The way he would look at me with such intensity and understanding in his eyes. The vibration in my chest felt like our bond was strengthening, even if we didn't acknowledge it. And yet I still couldn't tell if this was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me. How could we ever be together? Still, here I was, trusting him with my life and believing in his strength to get us out of this mess alive. Resting my injured arm on the wall, supporting my weight, I lowered my head into the torrent of water that lapped deliciously over my aching body. It was only at that moment that I realized how the crash had affected me. My muscles were sore, and the fire had singed my skin in several places. I allowed my hand to roam down to my stomach, softly caressing my skin. I was used to pleasuring myself alone. It was a habit encouraged at the temple, as it brought us into communion with the goddess, Kayaki, but I had never imagined anyone whenever I touched myself. It was simply a release. Today was different, though. I felt the electricity in the air, and my mouth watered just at the thought of him touching me intimately. I groaned loudly, totally forgetting where I was, completely out of control. I imagined his full, warm lips touching mine, and I cried his name. I was close, so much so that I could feel my body convulse, and a noise behind me stilled me. "Who's there?" My voice was heavy with desire. I tried to clear my mind of the webs that held me back in my imagination. Over the splash of falling water, I heard heavy breathing behind me, and I closed my eyes. Oh no, mortification made my cheeks burn, and I closed my eyes, praying he hadn't heard me.
I thought you'd want clean clothes.
His voice echoed from behind me, husky and tight. My heart skipped a beat, and my mouth went dry. Blood rushed to my ears, and shame covered my face. I had left the freshener's door open, and Akhar had been watching me. How long had he been there? I looked at him over my shoulder and saw he had dark green clothes in his hand. "You can leave it right there," I said, lowering my eyes. I was utterly embarrassed, but the throbbing between my legs made me careless. Had he heard me call his name? Akhar dropped the garments on the floor and took a step forward.
Don't stop.
His voice was laden with desire, and I quickly darted my eyes to his to gather what he was thinking. His eyes had gone completely golden, and his body was tense, like an egg-woo ready to jump on its prey. Slowly, I turned to him, exposing the front of my body to his perusal. He inhaled deeply, and his eyes flickered.
Princess,
He took another step toward me and stood at the apartment door, panting. The way he looked at me made my entire body tremble.
You did nothing wrong. Though you are mine, I won't take you here. I looked at the Zorgo freshener. I was annoyed with myself for being unable to restrain my urges. I couldn't wait to taste my mate, and did it in that filthy place. Clenching my teeth, I lifted my eyes to hers. You are mine, Suhomi. I don't want to feel ashamed of anything we do together, but I am sorry I did this here. You deserve better.
I wasn't sure
She stopped talking abruptly and looked at me, frowning.
Am I yours? You know I can't.
She tried to get out of my arms, but I stopped her, tightening mine around her. Suhomi, your eyes are golden. In fact, they've been changing since I first saw you. You are mine. I took her mouth, and after a few beats, she surrendered to me. Her taste still lingered in my mouth, sweet and exquisite. My whole life seemed to focus on this one moment. Nothing else mattered. Nothing made sense without her. This thread that bound us together was too strong for me to fight. And who was I to argue with the goddess? There was no record of mixed mating bonds between Bomas and Yukumas, but wasn't it the goddess' decision? It had been only a rotation, but I was fed up with fighting my fate. It was useless to fight my own body for something I craved.
Your eyes turned to gold when I killed the Suyu.
She said quietly.
First, I thought it was a trick of the light. Then, I thought it must be a mistake. This is not normal, Akhar.
I had her sit on my lap, running my hand over her delicate skin. Her scales were so soft, like the feathers of a baby bird. No, it's not, but I almost spent in my pants with you touching my horns. That is a sign that the mating fever has already started, I said, thinking I would be utterly if she refused me. The horns were only that sensitive if a mating fever was ongoing, and there was nothing I could do at this point to stop it.
What do we do? My father won't allow it,
she said, nuzzling her nose against my neck, still uncomfortable with my pulsing. I got up with her in my arms and turned off the water, adjusting my member in my pants. I'll talk to him when he sees the signs. Even he won't be able to deny. This bond is Kayaki's design, I said, carrying her out of the freshener. I wasn't sure how this would work, especially regarding my men. The king had to accept this bond, and I would still need to be able to negotiate supplies and weapons for my battalion, even if I had to sell the thorium myself. I stepped over the clothes I had brought, leaving them there because, as soon as I got into the freshener, I noticed that she had more burns that needed attention. I was thinking of returning to the med bay to grab some bandages when I heard her moans and immediately forgot about everything else. Walking with her in my arms, feeling her warm skin against my wet clothing, I relished her scent and her nearness. Arriving at the med bay, which was nothing more than a small room with only one bed, I placed her on top of the counter, as I didn't want her skin to come into contact with sheets where Zorgo had lain. The bastards were animals, and they smelled bad. I wasn't going to put my female on those sheets. She watched me thoughtfully as I pulled disinfectant and bandages out of the drawers and cupboards to treat her blisters and wounds. I don't like to see you sad. I grabbed her chin, making her look at me. Tell me what's wrong, little huntress. She bit her lip and focused her gaze on mine.
Do you know why you came for me?
No. I imagine your father wanted to see you. I trailed off as I saw the pain reflected in her eyes. Why?
I already told you my father doesn't want me to bond with my fated mate.
She said the last words with difficulty. I know that, Suhomi, but you are mine. No one else will touch you, I said in a low, warning voice. Why was this difficult for her?
He's already promised me to another.
She let out a sob. I stilled. My world spun and crashed down, as we did in the skimmer. No, she hiccuped and nodded. I let out a roar and spun around, punching the wall. The metal didn't move. I felt my fist throb in pain and spurts of yellowish blood dripped onto the floor. Suhomi leapt to her feet. My eyes followed the swaying of her breasts, as she was still completely naked, and I closed them. That couldn't be. I couldn't be late. The goddess had just reunited us, and she was never wrong. She came to me and covered my hand with a bandage. Her face had a disapproving frown.
I can talk to him. My father loves me, and I know he only wants my happiness.
She squeezed my hand. Her tone was urgent, trying to make me understand something she didn't herself.
When my mother died, he was a little lost, but I know he only wants the best for my brother and me. He won't want to see me suffer.
She cried. Her hands shook, and I put mine over hers, stilling her frantic movements. My heart sank, because even though we hadn't accepted the bond, I could feel her distress and despair through the thread of my chest. I was already feeling her inside me. Since Queen Senna's death, the king had lost his sanity. Nobody knew what to do, and many had taken advantage of his weaknesses to advise him. Several officers at the front of the fight thought the king had to give up his throne, but no one dared to say that out loud. The kingdom passed to the next generation through Kayaki's designs. The next king's horns would change to gold, and the previous would be dead. It was the goddess's way of choosing the one male to reign over Raxos. No one knew how it worked, and no amount of cheating would change the system. It had been like that since ancient times, and though it was likely that the king's offspring would inherit the golden horns, it wasn't guaranteed. Many had killed kings before, only for the horns to end up with another, so that wasn't an option either. However, mating a princess would likely improve the chances of their offspring becoming king, and that was probably what was happening. Who was manipulating King Zal? Why would he not allow her to bond with her fated mate? Looking at Suhomi's despair, the reflection of her love for her father, I didn't dare to break her bubble. Not at that moment. "Who is he?" I asked. My throat felt like it was lined with broken glass.
"One of the sons of the Kalaku house,"
she said, wiping her eyes with her thumbs.
"His name is Tuga. Do you know him?"
My blood froze. Tuga Kalaku was one of the most violent warriors we had on the front line. He had risen to the rank of commander because he was known for destroying entire Zorgo villages, including innocent females, and young. He was known for being bloodthirsty. I clenched my jaw. Yes, I've heard of him.
"So, you see, I can talk to my father. He will understand. I know he will."
I looked at her and nodded. She was a contradiction, a strong and fierce huntress, capable of killing without hesitation, but at the same time so innocent and blind to her father's nature. I knew there was no way the king would accept our bond. Not if he had promised his only daughter to the son of his war advisor. Kalaku. I knew nothing of court politics, but I knew that Kalaku had his eye on the throne. And by marrying his son to the royal princess, the chances of his grandson inheriting the golden horns increased exponentially. I closed my eyes, sighed. "Come on. Let me take care of your wounds." I picked her up again and inhaled her scent, which had captivated me from the first moment I saw her. My was still hard, and I was wet to the bones. But I couldn't take off my clothes next to her, or I would pounce on her like a wild animal. Suhomi deserved so much more than our first time to be on a Zorgo spacecraft. Yes, because I wasn't letting anyone take her from me. I was going to mate her and make her mine, and everything else would fall into place after I had time to think. Now, I would take care of my female. I placed her on the bench again and cleaned her wounds. She was silent, looking at me pensively.
"What do you do, Commander Akhar?"
Her voice was strong, masking the worry I knew was bubbling inside her. I looked down at her and felt my heart clench. She was the most beautiful female I had ever seen. I wasn't going to let the king's madness and Kalaku's greediness take her away from me. She was mine by the goddess command. Otherwise, why had she chosen us? I command Battalion 69, Assault Force for Sector 47C. My fleet has 15 spaceships and 300 fight cruisers, I said, tying the last bandage on her injured arm. I wanted to transfer her pain and discomfort onto me. I wanted to free her of all the pain and encase her in a warm blanket.
"You have many responsibilities,"
she said, looking to the side and pulling her arm. I knew what she was thinking. Where and how would she fit into my life? I still didn't know how, but I was going to find a solution. I went to the closet next to the door and pulled out a clean Zorgo uniform. I turned to her and pointed. "Get up and put this on. It's a little large but clean, and it's good enough to cover you up before rescue arrives." She jumped down, swaying her hips, walking slowly toward me. Her body commanded my attention, and her perky little breasts made me salivate. My eyes focused on her seductive movements. and I felt all the blood rush down to my groin.
Did you manage to call them?
She asked, raising her arms for me to place the green garment over her head. They were already on their way. They noticed something was wrong when our skimmer disappeared from the radar, I said, adjusting the shirt, which reached her mid-thigh. Suomi placed her hands on my chest and felt down my body until she reached the hem of my leather vest. She tried to pull it up, but I stopped her. Little huntress, if you take my clothes off, I won't be able to stop.
But I don't want you to stop, Akar. I want you. My body hurts, and only you can stop this ache.
The naughty mink said, kissing my neck. Stop, Suomi. I don't want our first time to be here. I made a motion with my hand, pointing at the enemy spacecraft. She stopped and looked at me.
Okay,
she said, her voice hesitant. I pulled her to me and nuzzled around her ear. I want you, Suomi. I need you, but not here. You deserve so much more than a dirty place like this. What's more, we need your father's consent. You know that. I finished up, taking her mouth fervently.
I know,
she whispered when I ended the kiss. She took the pants from my hand and put them on herself, folding them at the waist so they wouldn't drag on the floor. Her black hair was wet and shiny, cascading down her back and wetting the shirt she had just dressed. Come on, let's see if there's something to eat here, and then we'll wait in the navigation cabin. They should arrive by sunrise.
Yes, I'm starving,
she said, a twinkle in her eye. Her eyes fluctuated between royal violet and mating fever gold. Our eyes would remain in that state until the mating bond was completed. But we had a battle ahead of us. The spaceship had nothing appetizing except some energy bars, likely used in combat. The rest was food we didn't recognize, so we left it where it was. We sat in the navigation cabin, eating in silence. Outside, I could see through the viewport and the screens that the Cadfaros had calmed down and were sleeping in the trees at the edge of the clearing. I didn't know what happened to the team that was out there looking for us, but there was no sign of them, or maybe I just didn't know how to intercept their communications. That wasn't a problem, as the rescue was on the way, and they would be hunted to hell. Despite the situation that brought us here, I was happy. I had found my fated mate and had captured a Zorgo spaceship. This would help our engineers to study their technology better, and who knew, maybe find a way to defeat them.
Is your family still on Meru? Or are they all warriors like you?
Suomi's voice cut through my thoughts, bringing me back to the navigation cabin. I swallowed the last bit of the garbage we were eating and looked at her. My family died. I only have my men. She gasped and brought her hand to her chest.
I'm sorry, Akar. I didn't mean to bring back painful memories.
Don't be sorry, little huntress. I had not seen them for a long time when they died, I said, pulling her to sit on my lap. You know the Boma tradition. We don't keep our young after they complete 10 cycles. I felt her tense up, but continued. All offspring, females and males, without distinction, are sent for training until they are collected by the fleet when they complete 20 cycles. By the time my parents died, I had been in the fleet for over 70 cycles and was already a captain, I said, inhaling and reveling in her scent.
I know that. That doesn't mean I can't feel sorry for the younger Akar who didn't have his parents,
she said, her voice raw. Little huntress, don't feel sorry for me. I am fine, I said, kissing her neck and then her mouth. I could never get enough of her taste. I couldn't believe my luck in finding her. I squeezed her bottom, bringing her closer to me. She moved, putting pressure on my and a growl escaped between my teeth.
Akar, I know what it's like to be sent away from your family, but I can't imagine what that's like as a young child. My father sent me to the temple when my mother died, but I was an adult. I'm so sorry, my love. Chapter 11. Suomi. I licked my lips and nodded. Yes, love. Can't you feel it? I asked, placing my hand on his chest where the thread connecting us throbbed. Akar kissed me, and I let myself be carried away by his fervor. How could something so sweet and so pure be condemned? No, my father would understand. Father and mother had been fated mates, and he couldn't deny me the same happiness he'd had with her.
Have you ever been with a male, little huntress?
He asked, his breath ragged. I ran my tongue across my lips, and he followed the motion. No, I said honestly. His eyes flare in intense gold.
Not in the initial rites, either.
I shook my head. Father wouldn't let me go. He wanted me untried for my future mate. Akar growled.
Mine. You are mine, Suomi.
His hand jerked and grabbed my neck, pulling me to him. His kiss was punishing and intense. A thrill ran through my body just hearing the possessiveness in his voice, and I clenched my thighs, releasing a moan up my throat. Yes, yours. I am all yours, Akar. Akar was panting and staring at me in awe, his forehead glistening with sweat. His eyes followed my actions, and the corners of his lips tilted up in a sensual smile.
You are a very naughty huntress,
he said, looking at me, lust in his eyes.
Look at what you did.
Why did you push me away? Akar choked at my question before leaning over and pulling me to him. When he kissed me, he whispered,
Next time, I'll let you swallow it all.
Light rays started brightening the skies, and my eyes darted to the viewport. The sun was rising. Akar followed my gaze and sighed.
Come on, let's get clean. I don't want the rescuers to find us like this before I talk to your father.
It hurt my heart just thinking about what my father could do to us. Akar carried me in his arms, tightening his possessive hold around me. You know I can walk, don't you? I asked, reeling on the feeling of being lifted like a bird and embraced by his warmth.
I know, but I like having you in my arms, feeling you here right next to my heart,
he said, walking through the dark hallway of the enemy's ship. That statement made my stomach flip. The warmth of his embrace surrounded me, comforting me in a way I hadn't experienced for cycles. The weight of my life's losses melted away as he cradled me close, and I was flooded with a sense of belonging, of being needed and wanted. I inhaled deeply, the faint smell of wood and musk from his skin filling my nostrils as his chest rose and fell against mine. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat lulled me to a state of contentment, and I sighed with pleasure, pressing my head deeper into the crook of his neck. The thread inside my chest expanded and connected to his, and it was wonderful to know he wanted me as much as I wanted him. When we got to the freshener, he put me down, letting my body brush against his, feeling all his muscles and bulges. I felt his body tense, and he clenched his jaw. Are you sure you don't want me to shower with you? I batted my lashes, hoping he would forget about his hang-ups and take me already. It would surely force my father to accept us sooner, but even not knowing Akar for long, I knew he would never betray his king. I sighed inwardly.
Don't be greedy, little huntress,
he said, giving me a quick kiss and stepping into one of the compartments.
I will spank your backside like a naughty girl if you keep insisting.
I squeezed my legs, and the movement didn't go unnoticed by Akar. Grumbling, he closed the freshener door with a loud bang, shutting me out. He hung his clothes on the freshener door, and a moment later I heard the sound of running water. I decided to get cleaned up and went to the sink, where a long mirror stood above all 4 sinks. Looking at my image, I didn't recognize myself. A lot had changed in such a short time. I was happy. My ebony skin glowed, and my eyes had turned fully golden with a hint of violet. I was in a full-blown mating fever, so I was needy and couldn't get enough of Akar. My hair was down and still damp. I looked around, but there was nothing to cover it with. Maybe the rescuers would bring extra clothes. If not, I would have to walk around unveiled. For a brief moment, I wondered what my father would say about it, but I brushed it off as I didn't want to think about him. I would have many moments to talk to him, but right then, I just wanted to enjoy having found my mate. A loud noise from outside the ship brought me back to the moment, and my heart stilled for a beat. The door to the compartment where Akar was showering opened, and I could see his naked body. He was perfect, all muscle and rip. Swallowing hard, I lifted my eyes to his, biting my lip. Liquid heat pooled down my core, and I breathed deeply. He was in warrior mode, though. With brusque movements, he pulled on his trousers and boots and stepped out of the freshener, leather vest in hand.
Stay behind me.
That depends on who's out there, I said with determination. I wasn't going to let him face danger by himself. He was my mate. Akar stopped and turned to me, holding my head between his hands.
Little Huntress, I know you are fearless,
he said, locking eyes with me.
But I need you to do what I'm asking of you. I need to know you're safe, to focus on what I have to do.
He paused for a moment, waiting for my answer, still holding my head. Reluctantly, I nodded. Okay, I'll stay behind you. But if you need me, you tell me what to do, I said, trying to get him to understand that I wanted to be his partner, not his damsel in distress.
Agreed,
he said, taking my mouth with a quick kiss, his tongue still poking inside. His kiss ignited my desire again, and I lifted my leg, placing it on his. There was a sound of gunfire. Akar stopped the kiss, and we stared at each other, panting, before he put on his leather vest and hurried to the navigation cabin. I went after him, but stopped sharply, gasping at what I saw through the monitors. Raxon warriors from the King's Guard were killing the Cadfaros, and though it was plain murder, it was necessary to take us out of there unharmed. However, what shocked me was seeing my father, King Zal, there with them. My heart jumped with excitement and dread. The mixed feelings were confusing, but joy bubbled inside me. He had come for me. My father loved me, and he'd come to my aid. He would always be there for me. Father! I ran toward the door, but a strong arm caught me round the waist, lifting me off the ground.
Not so fast, little Huntress. Let them eliminate the danger first.
Akar spoke softly in my ear. I felt stupid for reacting this way, but I was so excited to see my father after 10 cycles that I didn't think about anything else. Of course, but I want to wait by the door. I squirmed so he would let go. Akar was tense, but he released me with a grunt. His face was closed off, and his hand went automatically to the sword that had appeared on his waist. Are you okay? I asked, a little confused by his reaction.
Fine,
he said, looking out.
I wasn't expecting to be rescued by the king himself, but I understand why he came.
His gaze softened as he looked at me. I beamed at him and went to stand by the exit, looking through the viewport.
I'll be right back. Don't open that door until I say it's okay,
Akar said, and kissed my forehead. I nodded absent-mindedly, looking outside. His comm crackled, but he had returned to the navigation cabin, and I didn't hear the conversation. From where I was standing, I could see that the warriors controlled the situation, and I couldn't see either Zorgo warriors or more Cadfaros. They'd probably fled with the noise of the weapons. My father approached the door, and guards gathered around him. I felt Akar's presence behind me, his possessive hand on my waist.
Let me talk to him,
he said, nuzzling my neck with his nose.
For my honor, let me speak to the king about our bond.
My heart squeezed. I knew it made sense, and he was right. That was the tradition. The male was the one who courted the female and settled the details with the family, even though the final decision was always hers. Okay, I said, tilting my head to the side, giving him full access to my neck. Akar inhaled deeply and tightened his hold on my hip, causing me to moan. We stayed like that for a moment before he released me, taking a few steps back.
Open the door, little huntress.
Excited and fearful at the same time, I pressed the button on the panel beside the door to unlock it. With a click followed by a swoosh, the door slid open, letting in the rays of sunshine and the stench of death surrounding the clearing. My father had aged since I last saw him, but his violet eyes knowingly pierced my soul.
Chapter 12. Akar. Rage swelled within me as I fought to suppress a growl that threatened to tear through my throat. I had sworn my loyalty to the king, but my mate, Suhomie, was my everything. Each muscle in my body was tense as I watched her cower in fear, the king looming over her. Every part of me wanted to launch myself forward and rip him away from her, but I knew it would be pointless. Bowing my head with my hands clasped, I pushed the words out of my mouth through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, it is good to see you in good health. The king, Anukuma with 100 more cycles than me, fixed his gaze on Suomi, blatantly ignoring me. Her eyes were cast downward as she tried to hide that they had changed color. But it was a futile attempt. The king had already noticed that they were a deep gold, just like mine.
What have you done?
He hissed through clenched teeth, looming over Suomi.
Did you spread your legs for a boma?
His disgust was palpable. It felt like a physical presence in the room. Stepping forward, I stopped abruptly when I felt a sharp pain in my neck. The guards accompanying the king immediately brought their swords up with menacing smiles. I froze in place and clenched my fists. Your Majesty, with your permission, I would like to mate your daughter, Suhomie, as she is my fated mate. Kneeling in a sign of respect as per tradition, I held my head high, despite the blades pressed to my throat. Suhomie gasped and brought her hand up to her stomach.
Akar.
Tears threatened to escape her eyes as she tried valiantly to keep herself from breaking down. A whisper did not go unnoticed by the king, though, whose eyes began to blaze with an intense violet fire. He stepped closer to Suomi and dug his claws into her neck. Her eyes widened in terror, and her body trembled as her father's grip tightened on her neck. She clawed at his hands, desperate to escape his grasp, but he held her, immovable. I tried to get up, but the sword of one of the guards cut me shallowly in the neck, preventing me from intervening. My throat burned, and I couldn't breathe. It was like I was feeling her pain. The king's gaze pierced my own, and he snarled through gritted teeth.
Did you lie with her? Did you mate my daughter?
The hatred in his words was tangible. I realized then that he would never allow me, a boma, even one of his best commanders, to bond with his daughter. He'd rather take her from this world than let her mate me. I had to make a decision and hardened my posture. No. I wanted your permission first, Your Majesty. My voice was laced with anger that I could not hide. I could feel the rage coursing through my veins as he hurt my mate, knowing there was little I could do to stop him. The king cocked his head to the side, glowering at me without releasing Suhomie's throat.
She reeks of you. Did you bond with her?
He was blinded by fury. In that instant, I would have done anything to save her from him. No, I'm loyal to you, and I didn't betray you. You can ask Sue. I stopped mid-sentence as the king's grip tightened around my mate's neck, and my heart skipped a beat in fear. You can ask the princess. I finished, grinding my teeth. The king's jaw clenched, and his eyes bore into Suomi's face as he asked,
Did he touch you? Did you accept this bond?
His words were like venomous darts cutting through her skin. Suhomie shook her head as tears spilled down her face. Her eyes showed confusion mixed with disbelief. Desperation was written into every movement she made as she attempted to free herself from his iron grasp, thrashing her feet without making a scratch in her father's skin. I knew he would kill her if I didn't act quickly, but before I could react, the king spoke.
She's coming with me, and you will not come near her. You will forget this stupidity, and it shall pass. Is that clear, or do you need me to explain further?
His icy gaze was fixed on me, his eyes dark and unmoving. I tried desperately not to glance at Sohomi, who became still and quiet, her breaths shallow and her eyes dull. Her life was being squeezed out of her by her own father. Yes, Your Majesty, I answered with clenched teeth, lowering my eyes. The king released her immediately, and she fell to the ground with a low whimper. I could feel her pain radiating from her body into mine, and I stood there, looking at her, hoping she would look at me one more time. The king glanced her way. Disgust blasted across his face. He spoke in a brisk tone.
"Take her to my ship,"
he said, motioning at one of his guards. Gasping, Sohomi screamed, but only a raspy sound came out.
"Father, please. He is my fated mate,"
she said, trying to sit and crawl to him.
"I beg you, Father."
He looked down at her with rage, not even bothering to answer. The king's guard went to her and lifted her by her injured arm, causing her to hiss in pain. Turning her head, Suomi pinned her golden eyes to mine.
"No! Akar, tell him you're my mate,"
she shouted at me. I looked away, my throat tightening and my heart heavy with regret. I could not risk her life like this, so I swallowed hard and turned my back on her. "It is best that you go." There was a lump in my throat, and I felt my heart break. The thread that connected us vibrated in my chest, and I glanced briefly at Sohomi and saw the look of desperation on her face. Suddenly, her gaze turned blank, and I saw her transform. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, and lifted her chin. I watched in stunned silence as Sohomi was escorted from the spacecraft by the king's guard, her body stiffening as a cool detachment settled over her features. Couldn't she see past the words I spoke and into my heart? Didn't she feel the magnitude of our love? She had to understand the peril she faced. Her father, the king, was completely mad. I saw the hate in his eyes, and I refused to gamble with her life. Not now, and not ever. The king sought my attention again, and I met his gaze. His eyes were cold and unforgiving. He glanced at the Zorgo spacecraft and then returned his stare to me, his jaw tightening.
"It is a pity that you sacrificed your men for a skirt. I had hoped you were different from all the scum of your race. What were you thinking? A Boma mated to my daughter."
He screamed in my face, breathing hard. My jaw tightened and my fists balled. I kept silent, boring my eyes at the Royal Cruise's closed door to where my mate had disappeared, hoping she could still feel the thread that connected us, wondering why I couldn't. King Zal followed my gaze and sighed, clenching his hands as if he knew something I didn't.
"Kill him and make it look like an accident,"
he ordered before walking away.
"I don't need the council asking questions."
The door of the Zorgo ship closed with a light swoosh behind him as King Zal walked toward the royal cruiser, docked on the clearing's edge. With a flicker of impatience, I released a breath, annoyed by the accuracy of my prediction. I had expected the king's order. I even welcomed it. The two guards whose swords were pointed at my neck didn't even see me move when I released my claws. I lunged backward, swiftly, positioning my hands on the back of their legs in one fluid movement. With lightning precision, I sliced through their back tendons, and they collapsed to the floor, screaming and thrashing in agony. Their swords clattered to the ground, and the sound was lost amidst their pitiful cries. As they clawed at the floor, trying to reach for their swords, I looked down upon them with no mercy. With a steely resolve and glaring at the pathetic display of the king's guard, I burst into action, leaping into the air and slashing down hard with my claws, slicing through flesh and bones, separating their heads from their shoulders. Blood poured from the sides of their necks as they flailed and gurgled in their final moments. I knew that killing members of the royal guard would make me an enemy of the kingdom, and surely result in my death if they caught me. But the thought barely registered in my mind. Without her by my side, I was already dead inside. Not feeling the thread that linked us vibrate unsettled me, and I felt an unbearable hollow ache in my chest. Utter emptiness and despair. I rushed outside when I heard the royal cruiser's thrusters rumble. I watched as it took off, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. My heart clenched painfully, and I roared in anguish as if it was taking a piece of my soul with it, my voice echoing through the clearing. A cold determination washed over me, and I inhaled deeply. She was mine. I would kill anyone who dared to take her from me, anyone who dared to touch her and hurt her pretty little neck deserved nothing, especially not someone who was supposed to care for and protect her. Stepping back into the Zorgo cruiser, I grunted, gazing at the scene of destruction outside. A whole family of Katfuris had been eliminated, plus all the Zorgo we had killed the night before, making the scent of death thick in the air. The cleanup team would be occupied for a while, but every sec I lingered on was a sec more for them to catch up to me. In the eating station, I pushed open cupboards and rummaged through drawers, collecting a few ration bars and a canteen of water. I grabbed an old fabric from the closet, used it to make a makeshift backpack, and stuffed it with all my supplies. I also took some fire starters from the cabinets and tucked them into my pockets. With my sword on my waist, I opened the cargo bay door and silently slipped outside, taking care to hide my tracks on the humid morning ground. The forest was dark and quiet, save for the occasional song of the birds and the soft rustle of the leaves in the wind. I walked briskly, my mind racing to understand why the king had come in person to rescue us. I had sent a mayday to the nearest team so they would come to our aid, but I had also sent a message to Cantu, informing him of our situation. They would be there soon, and I couldn't be caught with 2 Raxans' dead bodies. However, I had no time to dwell on this, as I had to find a way back to Imbu City. My mate was upset, and I couldn't let her be taken to Tuga. I sneered at the thought of another male touching her perfect skin. A fire burned in my gut, and I screamed. Staying close to the trees, I darted between trunks and avoided any open patches of ground. I followed the sound of running water until I reached a stream, stopped to take a long drink from the cool, refreshing water. My stomach growled. After I stopped to eat, I refreshed my water bottle and continued downstream. I had an idea of where I was, and knew I had to keep moving before nightfall, or I would risk sharing furs with undesired forest animals. I pushed myself further, and had walked a few miles south when I heard a noise that didn't belong there. I turned and almost bumped into the barrel of a gun.
"Where are you going, Commander?"
asked a familiar voice. I looked up from the gun and was annoyed with myself for my carelessness. "Cantu, why do you think it's funny to ambush me?" I relaxed, and actually thought that things would get better now. "Get that away from my face if you want to live, I said with a growl. Cantu scoffed.
Because I'm better than you,
he said smugly, holstering his weapon.
Now, Commander, shouldn't you be celebrating the capture of a Zorgo spaceship? Why do I have to hunt you down like a criminal?
He asked, looking in my eyes intensely. I knew he had seen they were golden, but was expecting me to say something about it first. Cantu's scent of aqua leaves washed over me. He usually chewed them, which disgusted me. Most people made tea with it, which made the drink more enjoyable, but not Cantu. He had to do everything the hard way. I let out a long, deep sigh as I looked at my old friend. He had been with me for over 70 cycles and knew me better than I knew myself. I relied on his wisdom, his steadiness, and his unwavering loyalty. We had been each other's mentors and companions for so long that, most of the time, we didn't need to speak to know what the other was thinking. It was comforting and unsettling to know that someone completely knew me. "And shouldn't you be in orbit?" I asked, half-heartedly attempting to change the subject.
Chapter 13. Suomi. Sitting by the viewport in the royal spacecraft, I looked down at the mountains that had been my home for the past 10 cycles. It contrasted with my father's luxurious ship, and the thought of wrongfulness crossed my mind. Why was my father flying in a lavish craft while his people were starving and fighting for their lives? The pain radiating through my body felt like knives cutting me open, each twist and turn of the blade like a stab to my heart. My vision blurred, and I gasped for air as I remembered Akhar's finality. Why hadn't he fought for me? Hadn't he just told me I was his mate? Betrayal filled me, and I couldn't breathe. My throat closed, not from his words, but from realizing he had abandoned me. The disgust in my father's eyes was like a physical blow, and I couldn't bear to look at him. A royal guard draped a blanket over me as they took me away, and I could feel the warmth of my blood as it trickled down my neck from where his claws had dug into my flesh. My throat was still hurting, and I would have bruises on my neck for weeks. Despite the way my father treated me, I could still understand him. He hadn't expected me to mate with a boma, especially not when I was betrothed to another. And deep down I knew my father would never harm me, but the hate I saw in his eyes surprised me. Where was the caring father who protected and loved me all my life? My fated mate's rejection hit me even harder. It broke something inside me. It was like a dagger slicing through the thread that connected us, and the impact of it left me numb. All the love and caring Akhar had expressed moments earlier felt like a cruel joke. The numbness that followed his rejection clouded my mind and dulled my senses, which, in retrospect, was a good thing, or I would have collapsed there. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed toward me as I lifted my chin. My heart beat frantically in my chest as I saw the king's looming figure. Draped in regal fabric, his golden horns glinted off the light, and his face was a thundercloud filled with burning rage. His eyes were a deep shade of violet, piercing me with cold fury. This was the king, not my father. My father would have embraced me and asked questions about my life in the temple. He would have asked me about— I shrank as he strode closer. Tension radiated in the air, and I braced for his words. But he said nothing, his icy eyes searing me as if I were nothing more than a speck of dust. He passed by without so much as a single glance in my direction, leaving me alone with only a guard to watch over me. As I watched him leave, my throat tightened as I felt a wave of shame come over me. I could feel the guard's glare, but I was too tired to offer any sort of resistance. Instead, I curled up into a tight ball and embraced the numbness that began to wash over me like an ocean wave. My body wanted nothing more than to drift off into a dreamlike state, to be suspended in a state of unconsciousness. I jolted awake in my seat as the soft thud of the royal spacecraft docking echoed through the room. With a quiet hiss, the craft's door slid open and the smell of fuel wafted in. We had just docked in the palace's transport room in Ambu City, and I stood. My stomach churned, and I held my blanket tightly to myself, afraid of what fate my father had reserved for me. Beckoned by the guard, I stepped outside and walked down the ramp to the pier reserved for the royal ships. A light fog covered the ground, dissipating slowly in front of us. Nothing had changed, and the large room looked the same as 10 cycles before. The walls were adorned with carved depictions of gods and battles won centuries before. It was early evening, and the room should be full of people, but only a small crew was present. Lines of cruisers, skimmers, and even full spaceships filled the space, making the absence of personnel stranger. Saruk, the transport master who'd been there for over 300 cycles, bowed to me with a warm smile. His eyes flickered and lingered on my gaze, and his smile widened. Then he saw the king behind me, and his entire demeanor changed.
Take her to her rooms, and don't let anyone see her,
my father said without looking at me. I could feel his anger radiating like poison, and tears pricked at my eyes despite my best efforts to hold them back. Someone draped a heavy robe around my shoulders and handed me a black veil. I mutely accepted, understanding that it was meant to conceal my eyes, which showed my full-blown mating fever state. Akar had rejected me. Nothing my father could do to me would hurt more than the desertion of my mate.
Follow me, princess.
One guard beckoned, directing me to a door on the left. We stepped into a secret pathway used only in emergencies. I immediately figured my father had resorted to hiding me. Why didn't he want my presence in palace known? We wandered through various tunnels until we reached the entrance to my childhood chambers. The guard unlocked the door and stood aside as I entered, shutting the door behind me with an echoing thud. I heard the latch clicking into place and let out a deep breath, my shoulders hunched in fatigue. Stepping into the small living area, the warmth and familiarity of the room stung my heart. The vivid greens of the drapes were almost too much to bear, reminding me of my mother's unwavering love for beauty. I slowly walked up to the mantel and stared at her picture, feeling a lump rise in my throat as I was overcome with my longing for her. The pain of her absence sent a searing ache through me, making me want to curl into a ball and hide from the fate I was about to face without her by my side. The image of Akar was burned in my brain, and his scent clung to me like a shroud. I ripped my garments, which still smelled of him, and threw them away as emotion threatened to erupt from the numbness inside my chest. I strode into the bedchamber, slamming the door behind me. I was not ready to face or feel anything yet. Naked, holding only my trusted dagger, I curled up in bed under the covers my mother had once so carefully chosen for me. I wanted nothing more than to vanish and eradicate every memory of him. The pain of his rejection was a suffocating force in my chest, but I refused to give in to it. He didn't deserve even a fraction of my attention if he was so easily intimidated by my father and chose to abandon me. My eyelids grew heavy, and my mind slipped into a trance-like state as I dreamed of him. His gentle caresses and passionate kisses tormented me, overwhelming me with a yearning I had never known. His touch scorched my skin, his fingers entered me, and I opened for him, bowing my back. The pleasure built inside me as wave after wave crashed into my body. I quivered with anticipation, on the brink of an explosive release that threatened to shake me to my core. He intensified his pace, pounding into me with his fingers as I felt my pulse quickening and my breath coming faster. I felt like I was about to fall apart, and I welcomed it.
Your Highness, your food is here,
a familiar voice said in my ear. Suddenly, my eyes snapped open. I spun around, leaping from my bed with my dagger drawn, eyes blazing. My steely gaze locked onto Lavris, my mother's former maid. Her face was ashen, and her blue eyes were wide with fear. I was in my bedchamber. For a moment, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, realizing it had all been a dream. A vivid one, but still a dream.
Princess Suhomi. Her voice trembled.
She croaked, pointing at the blade pressed against her neck.
It's just me, Lavris. Your father sent me to serve you.
Lavris, I growled through clenched teeth, my arms still tense. Do not do this again. I could have killed you. My heart pounded, and my breathing came in shallow gasps as I looked wildly around the room. She winced as her fingers touched the small cut on her skin left by my blade. Her gaze intensely searched mine, and she spoke after a brief moment of silence.
Are you in a mating fever? But...
Her voice trailed off, her eyebrows furrowing as she took in the desperation that shrouded me.
Did you find your fated mate?
She breathed in awe. Yes, and he rejected me. I spat out flatly, unable to hide the aching hopelessness that filled my voice. She bowed her head, understanding dawning on her face.
He's not your betrothed,
Lavris said softly, offering me a sad smile. I realized that the news of my arranged mating had already been announced, and it seemed there was nothing more I could do to change the course of the events, not even for the male who'd already broken my heart. Nothing else mattered now. I was nothing more than an empty shell, an aroused empty shell. Why had I let things get so intense with him? Why had I opened my heart?
King Zaul said you can't have visitors.
Lavris rose from where she was kneeling, glancing at my injured arm.
I have to clean that wound. Have you seen a Nyanga yet?
She asked, walking to the wardrobe. I glanced over to the window, seeing the beautiful morning skies, my mind still foggy from the dream. I would have to endure those dreams until our connection was severed entirely, or we completed the bond.
You say he rejected you. Did you hear those words come out of his mouth?
She spoke in a reproachful tone. She held a dark blue dress in her hands, with white embroidery that simulated small clouds on the edge of the hem and the cuffs. I stared at her, trying to remember exactly what had happened in that clearing. I had been so hurt that my instinct was to bury all memories of that rotation, or I wouldn't be able to stand the pain.
Princess, you look lost. Come, I'll run you a bath.
She filled the bath basin with mineral stones and traditional herbs she'd collected herself in the adjacent forest. The smell was familiar, but it didn't comfort me. What she had said about Akar stuck in my head. He had told me to go with my father, but hadn't rejected me outright. Lavris pulled me into the basin, and I sank into the warm water. As it enveloped me, I pondered about my father's reasoning. If what I had felt since Akar sent me away was a small fraction of my father's pain when my mother passed away, I understood why he didn't want it for us. But how could he think he was protecting me when I'd already found my mate? My head throbbed and dread pooled in the pit of my stomach. Could it be that I was wrong, and he never rejected me? Can I see my brother? I asked, turning around sharply and hissing when the hot water splashed my burned arm, washing off the healing cream she'd smeared on my wound. My hair was wet and herb-infused suds trickled down my face, making my eyes sting. Lavris made a reproving noise when water splashed onto the floor.
You can't,
she said, pulling me back into the tub, where she ran a shower head over my face, cleaning the soap and relieving the stinging pain.
But I don't know all the tunnels in this palace, do I?
She asked with pointed look. My eyes widened, my mind whirring with confusing emotions, betrayal and uncertainty vying for dominance. I clenched my fists as I tried to ignore the doubt in my mind and the weight of my mate's betrayal. Lavris quickly knotted a bandage around my arm, dampened a washcloth, and refreshed my face. She tenderly brushed out my hair and helped me into a clean dress. When she finished preparing me for the day, she placed a plate with my morning meal on the table, her eyes still heavy with worry.
There, child. I'll take care of some other errands and be back later with your evening meal. Word in the palace is that Prince Saeli arrived early this morning,
she said with a twinkle in her eye, but it did nothing to clear the fog in my mind. She left the room, and I heard the door latch click behind her. I stood motionless for a few moments, lost in thought. Was Akar trying to tell me something else when he said those words? I needed to get some answers. I rushed to my wardrobe and pulled all the clothes onto my bed, emptying it. It was large, built from rosewood, and had been placed in front of a wall, with intricately carved designs at the back that ended in 2 handles that jutted out at each end. I remembered what my mother had taught me: press one handle inward while pulling out the other. The wall opened like a door, revealing a dark underground tunnel. My mother built a tunnel in my room for my safety. I knew this path led to a network of other tunnels, ones I knew like the back of my hand. My mother had instructed me only to use this tunnel in an emergency and if my life was in danger. Naturally, I didn't listen to anything she said and used it to watch the warriors train and escape my punishments. I needed to talk to Sally. Maybe he could help me find Akhar before my mating ceremony. I ran in the direction of the palace wing where his chambers were and entered the tunnel that led to his rooms. I went into his wardrobe, but he wasn't in his bedchamber, even though there were traces of him having been there recently. A noise in the other chamber caught my attention, and I went to the door.
His Majesty requests your presence in the throne room, my prince,
said a voice near the door, and I tensed as I put my ear to it.
Do you know what he wants?
My brother's voice was impatient and slightly irritated.
Not exactly, but there are rumors your sister arrived at the palace yesterday evening.
Will he finally mate her to Tuga? He might leave me alone for a few cycles.
Sally's voice was resentful, with a hint of scorn. My heart dropped. Did he know about the union? I closed my eyes, trying to calm down. Of course it was all planned out. When were they thinking of having the ceremony? What had Nahanta said? On my birthday?
I'll go see what the old male wants,
Sully said, growling. I heard footsteps and a door close. Turning on my heels, I went back to the tunnel, carefully closing the entrance. With quick steps, I rushed to the throne room and entered the antechamber. I used to hide there to hear my father's council meetings as a child, imagining I was a warrior and wanting to learn everything about his work. And there, I felt safe from my minders and my punishments. Tiptoeing to the wall, I plastered my ear on the ventilation panel. The small vent let me see Sally standing in front of the throne. I saw my father's claws out, and my hand went automatically to my neck. Lavris had smeared her cream there too, and my fingers came out sticky.
I want you to do something for me,
my father said, a glass of wine in his hand, his claw tapping on it, making a rhythmic sound that made me grind my teeth. Sally stood quiet, waiting. His jaw was clenched and his muscles tense. Though he was trying to relax, I knew him better than that.
Commander Akhar, the Boma I sent to collect your sister, killed 2 of my guards. I want you to bring me his head.
His growl dripped with disgust and hate. Fear paralyzed me and my mouth dried. Holding my breath, I watched, horrified, as Sally raised his eyebrows without abandoning his feigned relaxed posture, as if these requests from my father were commonplace.
If it's not too inconvenient, Father, would you share why this Boma killed your men?
Sally's hands went to his waist.
Was it self-defense? Or did he go rogue? I can't just hunt down a commander without a good explanation.
There was a roar, and I saw the glass of Sura wine in my father's hand fly and hit the wall, spilling the transparent liquid on the rug.
I am your king. You don't need any excuse to do what I command.
Looking unaffected by my father's shouts, Sally looked at the broken glass and back at the throne.
No, but this is not a mere warrior you can make disappear. That is the High Commander of the Boma forces. Do you wish to create a rebellion amidst a war?
He dared to be your sister's mate.
My father shouted.
I made him promise not to pursue her, but you know how the mating bond works. He won't be able to keep his word.
I could only see his hands moving, but his statement made my heart jump. Blood rushed to my ears, and I felt weak in my knees. Sally's mouth opened, and he stared at my father as if he had sprouted 2 heads.
I want him dead. She's betrothed to Kalaku's house.
My father made a dismissive sound.
A bomber, can you believe it? Make him disappear. He killed 2 of my men, commander or not. Make something up. I don't want to see his face ever again.
But he is Boma. Are you certain they matched?
Sully's voice was incredulous, and his stoic posture faltered.
Do you think I am mistaken?
My father's voice thundered, and Sully grimaced.
No, Your Majesty. I'll take care of it.
He paused and looked up. His voice was still incredulous.
But how?
Did you not hear what I just told you? Should I call Kalaku's son to take care of this?
My knees gave out, and I had to sit down on the cold floor of that dusty chamber. He had ordered the execution of my fated mate.
I heard you. It's just, I've never heard of a mixed mating.
Of course you never heard of it. That's why you have to kill him. Tell me if you can't do it.
My father's voice was laced with scorn.
You are a shame to my line.
I sat there listening to them, praying to Kayaki. Sally was my brother. He wouldn't do that to me, but to my despair, his detached voice came loud and clear.
As you command, my king.
How could he carry out my father's orders without even asking me? I felt my heart harden, and I made my decision. I would find Akar before Sally. No one would decide my fate for me, not after what I'd heard in there.
Chapter 14. Akar. Cantu and I stood on the edge of the small village near Embu City. The crimson sunset painting everything around us in streaks of orange. The acrid smell of burning wood filled the air, and the haunting notes of a flute pierced our ears. Cantu gazed at me intently, his jaw tight as steel.
I don't like it, Akar,
he said as he ran his hand through his white blonde hair, piercing me with his blue eyes.
You could wait for the fleet's arrival in the morning, and we could go together.
No, I growled softly. I felt the thread vibrate again, and she is restless. I need to see her before my little huntress does something stupid. Her distrust of me was a boulder wedged firmly in my path, but it would not deter me. Not this time. His hands clenched, and I could see the determination etched on his face.
I can come with you now,
he said with resolve, taking a step forward. I gave him a warning look, but immediately saw a flicker of worry cross his face. I held back the impulse to strike out, restraining myself and taking a deep, steadied breath. Just do what I asked. I won't fail this mission, and you know it, I growled, locking my eyes with his. Cantu studied me for a few secs, then nodded. He knew better than to argue with me when I spoke like that. He gave me a sad smile and pulled me into a hug.
Be safe, my friend,
he said, releasing me.
We will meet once more in the morning.
His worried look contradicted his words, but as the good friend he was, he gave in to my demands. My mouth twisted into a feral grin as I nodded and spun away from the village, my feet crunching the dry earth beneath them. The pull in my chest tugged me closer to my little huntress, a throbbing ache that screamed for me, never to stop, no matter the cost. Last night was a torturous one as I dreamt of her. My body jolted with overwhelming intensity, her sweet scent still lingering in my nose and her flavor still on my tongue. No sleep came, and I spent what felt like an eternity seated in Cantu's skimmer with my soul ripped apart by anxious and desperate thoughts of my mate. What had her father done to her? It had been an entire rotation since I saw her, and the emptiness in my heart terrified me. We were going to make a break for it out of Raxos, but we needed Cantu to have access to the command line for our operations to be successful. I gave him instructions, then stepped away from the skimmer, trying to reach out and feel my little huntress again. Hope blossomed inside my chest when I felt the vibration of the thread late this morning. She was far away, but still connected to me by that one invisible string. Fueled with newfound determination, I returned to Cantu and plotted our daring escape from Raxos. Our fates hung in the balance, and we all knew our freedom was something to be earned by blood and sweat. The time for action had come at last. Time became a blur as my feet pounded the ground, and an hour had passed since I left Cantu. Stopping at the outskirts of the palace, with my heart thudding in my chest, I knew there was one more stop I had to make before I could spirit her away. Everything had to come together so that she'd know there was no turning back once I claimed her. A sureness ran through me like electricity, certain that she was mine, certain that she would follow me. I could feel it in my bones and my soul. Darkness had fallen in Embu City, and I climbed the walls of his house with ease. It seemed like he was confident nothing could touch him if this were the security he had. I went to the liquor cabinet and poured myself a drink before I sat on the sofa with a crystal glass in my hand, reviewing the plan in my head one last time. My ears caught the sound of footsteps approaching in the hallway outside. I set the glass down on the end table, swirling the remaining wine. The air was quiet in the room as I waited for him to enter. My thoughts raced with memories of my little huntress, her sweet smile and her passionate nature beating at my chest like an old familiar drum. No one would take her from me, not even the king. Saruk opened the door and stilled, his eyes focusing on me sitting in his living room as if it were mine. Recognition and disbelief flashed in his eyes, and I chuckled at his annoyance at seeing me, but didn't move.
"You destroyed another skimmer,"
he said, walking to the liquor cabinet without switching on the lights. I was shot down. "There's a difference," I replied, taking a sip of my drink. Saruk snorted and set his glass down with a thud before turning to face me.
"Same thing. You were distracted by a female and ignored your surroundings."
He spat back, draining his glass and pouring himself another drink.
"That was a new one, and I don't care if you are feverish,"
he grumbled. I shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "She is worth it." He raised an eyebrow in disbelief, but I could tell he wanted to know more, so I elaborated. "I am claiming her. She is mine, and I intend to take her away from here and make her my mate." My statement seemed to surprise him even more.
"I don't see how,"
he said, staring at me with narrowed eyes.
"Princess Suhomi is betrothed to Tuga."
I closed my eyes for a moment before opening them again with a sinister smile. "That won't be a problem," I said confidently. His eyes widened.
"By the goddess. What do you want?"
he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I knew he was expecting some kind of threat or a deal, but I had nothing to offer him. Instead, I simply said, "Your help." He studied me for a moment before nodding slowly.
"I'm listening."
A thrill of anticipation ran through me, and I explained the plan that would take us out of Embu City alive, and the obstacles we'd have to face along the way. Saruk agreed to help, despite mentioning how insane I was. He was still loyal to Suhomi's father, despite his madness, but wanted her to be happy more than anything else. Though I suspected the main reason he was helping me was that he disapproved of her mating Tuga. I needed him to create a distraction while I snuck Suhomi out of the palace. He would also provide us with a cruiser and the codes so we could make our escape unnoticed. The night sky shimmered with stars as I crept back through the palace gates. All of a sudden, my heart flooded with an exhilarating rush of possibilities, an unshakable feeling of hope that filled me with certainty. Now all I had to do was claim Suomi.
Chapter 15. Suomi. I went back to my chambers and waited for darkness to settle in. As the afternoon sunlight faded to inky indigo darkness, Lavrice knocked softly on the door. She stepped in, balancing a platter of steaming food in one hand and a bottle of pink fruit wine in the other. During the rotation, she had visited me to bring me food and attempted to chat, even though I could tell she was expecting something else from me. She would look at me sideways when she thought I was distracted, likely expecting an outburst. Exactly like she kept glancing at me now, out of the corner of her eye, as she set the tray down on my desk with a silent clink. Taking a deep breath, she brushed her skirt and turned to face me with a smile that didn't conceal the worry in her green eyes. Once more, I kept a serene face, smiled, and asked questions about the happenings of the past 10 cycles. Her movements were measured and her words thoughtful, but she couldn't hide the concern in her voice. After telling me about the court's gossip, she revealed what had happened in the palace since my father sent me to the temple. He had changed things around and no longer received the counsel that had supported him since he ascended to his golden horns. My father now listened only to a few select counselors and some of their political and affluent friends. Calico was the most dangerous of them, as he was the war counselor responsible for Raxos' strategic defense. In the last decade, he'd also been elected by the Council to represent the Raxan solar system in the Intergalactic Confederation Council. Calico had become a powerful male, and the king seemed oblivious to his power, which was worrisome to many of the Raxans watching the king's downward spiral. I raised an eyebrow at the mention of the king's predicted downfall. Lavrice explained that rumors of corruption and my father's unwillingness to do anything about it were causing many Raxons to rebel and create little enclosures to defend themselves against the increasing Zorgo attacks on Raxos territories. Memi blamed the king and Calico for the Zorgo's biological attack that had taken many lives. I stayed silent, remembering the villages closer to the temple and how many had been attacked in the short cycles I'd been there. My stomach lurched at the thought of Nahanta saying it was Kayaki's will and that there was nothing we could do. Was it the truth? Hadn't the goddess given us free will?
This is why you must get away from here, my princess,
Lavrice said in a hushed tone, not looking at me.
You won't be safe.
She trailed off. What do you mean? I asked, sitting at the table to eat. I kept my movements controlled, not showing my thoughts. After what I witnessed earlier, I wasn't inclined to trust anyone in this place, even if my instinct told me she wasn't baiting me into confiding in her, but was genuinely concerned. It was better to keep her in the dark regarding my plans. Lavrice sighed and opened the lid of the aromatic meat stew. My stomach growled, and I took a piece of flatbread and dipped it into the sauce. It tasted heavenly. I had missed the palace's food, which was more sophisticated than Caro's but not better.
Word in the city is that you are betrothed to Kahlako's son, Tuga.
Lavrice hesitated, fiddling with the spoon before serving me a portion.
But I see your eyes, child,
she said in a whisper. I stilled for a moment, waiting for her to say what she meant. Ignoring her probing question about my mate, I grabbed her hand to stop her from fiddling with the utensils. What can you tell me about him, about Toga? She froze, her face turning gray, but for 2 black spots on her cheeks.
I would stay away from that one, princess,
she said, her eyes locked on mine.
Not a good egg, that one.
We said nothing after that. I finished eating in silence, enjoying the sumptuous meal the kitchens had sent while refusing the wine. My mind raced with so many questions and possible outcomes. Lavrice cleaned up the plates and looked at me as if expecting me to say or do something. After stalling for a while, her shoulders dropped, and with a disappointed look, she helped me out of my dress and into my nightgown. I refused her help brushing my hair, and once again, I had the distinct feeling that she was waiting for some reaction to the news she had shared. When she finally left, turning off the lights and locking the door from the outside, I hurried to my wardrobe, quickly grabbing my black leather pants, a fitted tunic, and my boots. I reached for the dagger hidden under my pillow and tucked it into one boot before covering my head with a black veil and stepping close to the window. I looked down to the courtyard, saw 2 guards running to main gates, and wondered what was happening. It was a big drop from my window, but nothing I couldn't manage. I grabbed a small bag with supplies I'd hidden behind the curtains, strapped it to my back, and looked around my room, searching again for surveillance droids that could alert my father of my plans. There were none, and I was glad Father had underestimated me. My room faced south, and I had to dodge the courtyard patrol and the sentinels by the palace walls. I was still pondering using the palace's inner tunnels, but from my window, I could see the forest. It was a short run, and if I could get to the courtyard unnoticed, I could escape through the gate leading to the forest. It was shorter than navigating the occupied rooms the tunnels led to. Furthermore, the tunnel's exits were likely guarded, as my father knew very well how familiar I was with them. If he thought I would try to escape and had La Varisse locking my door, I was sure he would put guards on all exits. A thread in my chest pulled me toward the window again, and my heart raced. Had Akar come to Embu City? My stomach was churning, and my mouth dried with anticipation. Peering out, I didn't see any guards, but I knew they were there, and the intense feeling of rightness in my gut made my mind up for me. I decided to take a chance and sneak off, knowing my time in the Ree Mountains had made me more than capable of evading detection, and I was confident I could slip off without alarms being raised. My fingers glided along the windowsill, searching for any alarm droids as I opened them slowly. To my surprise, there were none. A smirk spread across my face as I realized my father didn't think I could escape through there. Putting my legs out, I stood on the ledge, looking down at the distance I would have to jump. The thrill of adventure coursed through me, and I smiled at the thought of freedom until I felt my hackles rise. The familiar tug in my chest grew stronger as his scent washed over me, and I knew he was close.
I wasn't sure which room was yours, but as always, you didn't let me down,
said a voice from above. My head snapped up, and there he was, eyes blazing gold with a possessive fire that took my breath away.
Did you miss me?
He asked, tilting his head to look at my face. I scoffed. Despite the warmth that spread through me at the sight of him, his audacity had no bounds, which drove me mad. The air around me moved, and Akar jumped to my side like an egu, landing on his feet. His gaze roamed my body, and I could barely resist his overpowering pull as he stepped closer. My mind raced with both trepidation and excitement as I found myself looking into his eyes again, luminous blue with flecks of gold that flashed with restrained passion. His tantalizing scent reached my nostrils, and I felt the thread in my chest vibrate like a song through me. I lurched closer to him, swaying on my feet. Akar's iron grip encircled my waist, and he pulled me close, his lips grazing my ear.
Where do you think you're going, little huntress?
He hissed in a throaty whisper. The term of endearment, said in that husky voice, caused my scales to rise in a thrilling wave, making my heart beat erratically like a drum. My nipples hardened, and my core thrummed with urgent need. I exhaled a sigh of both relief and ardent yearning. I was going to find you, I said, remembering the danger he was in. You can't be here. The words tumbled out of my mouth. He inhaled a deep breath and closed his eyes briefly.
I know,
he said, not moving from his place on the ledge, his gaze fixed on mine. My chest heaved, and I knew my plans had just changed with his presence. I clutched tightly at his leather vest, unwilling to let him go. Why did you come then? I breathed out raggedly as a guard walked by the wall below us, visible on the periphery of my vision. Akar tightened his arm around my waist and pulled me to him, leaping through the open window. We fell silently onto the bedroom floor and rolled until we stopped a few feet from the bed, with him on top of me, our breathing labored and rough. The sound of footsteps on the gravel faded away, and we stared into each other's eyes in the darkness. The mask he wore covered all his features, but his eyes, now burning intensely as they stared into mine. His white blonde hair was hidden beneath the same type of fabric as the veil I was wearing. At that moment, everything else faded away. All that mattered was the two of us, entranced by each other's gaze. The heat from his stare penetrated my soul, and I felt my body come alive. His sky-blue eyes smoldered, seeming to reach out and touch the very heart of me. I felt my core flutter with a desire I had thought dead and buried after his rejection.
I didn't want to hurt you, little huntress.
Akar murmured, as if he could read my thoughts, or maybe feel the way my body trembled at the memory of the pain caused by his rejection. No, I thought you wanted me to come with my father, I said bitterly, feeling the anger boil inside me again. I thought you wanted me to mate with Tuga. Akar's growl echoed in the chamber, but I didn't move. He reached for my veil and tugged on it, slowly unwrapping it from around my head until it lay in a heap at my side. His fingertips burned against my skin, sending a wave of sensations through my body. I lay there trembling as I waited for him to make his next move. All the memories of those long hours thinking my mate didn't want me were at the forefront of my brain, and a mix of anger and desire churned inside me. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse, laced with pain. His eyes never left mine as he said,
You know you had to come with him.
Akar pulled the mask off his face and pushed up, sitting on his heels.
He would have killed you otherwise.
I was about to deny it, but images of my father's cruelty flooded my vision, and I could almost feel his hands around my neck, cutting off my oxygen again. Tears pooled in my eyes, and I looked back at Akar, feeling the tightness in my chest beginning to ease as our connection seemed to grow stronger. The thread that connected us was pulsating wildly now, almost humming with powerful energy.
I would never reject you, Suhomi,
he said with a pained growl, his velvety voice echoing through my body. His hand came up to cup my face, and he leaned in so close that I could feel the heat radiating off him. His eyes shone with intensity as he murmured,
You are mine.
I stared at him, feeling like I was standing on the edge of a cliff with no safety net. My heart was pounding, and his musky scent distracted me from all my thoughts. I wanted to ask a million questions, but my body felt like it had a mind of its own. I wanted him so badly and felt like I would die if he didn't kiss me. Akar's jaw clenched, but he never looked away from my probing gaze. Tentatively, he lowered his mouth to mine. The kiss was soft at first, almost hesitant, but it quickly deepened as our tongues tangled and explored each other's mouths hungrily. His hands cupped my face, pulling me closer to his strong chest.
A rumor in the ranks indicated Saley was a spineless coward, more interested in his comfort than anything else. His luxuries included drinking and warring around the solar system, disgracing many war widows by paying them hefty sums of credits to sleep with him and his affluent friends. The wild parties on his ships were legendary amongst the kingdom's highborn males, who often aided him in his illegal activities in return for favors or bribes. I wasn't the least bit worried about the king's kill order. It was unlikely Saley would do any killing. He would probably order another lackey to do his dirty job and take the credit. But my nerves lit up like a firecracker, and I knew the king's order meant more than an attempt to take my life. He wanted to keep my mating with his daughter a secret at all costs, which meant I couldn't let Suhomi anywhere near her brother. Our mating wasn't going to be kept secret, and I had to take her from this place before sunrise. Knowing all that about her brother, I still couldn't break my mate's heart by telling her the truth. I sensed how she loved the gutless coward by the way she spoke of him when we were in the forest, and the last thing I wanted was to hurt her more. I don't know, I tried to say, but Suhomi's sharp intake of breath made me pause, and I saw a wave of anger wash over her face.
You are lying to me,
she said through clenched teeth, pulling away from me. I gripped her arms tightly, taking care not to press on her injury, and pulled her against me. At that moment, I realized that our bond had deepened, allowing her to feel my feelings and emotions. Even if she couldn't hear my thoughts, she knew something was wrong before I could even say it. Damnation. Stop, I said in her ear, but she still struggled and put up a fight. I am sorry, I quickly added, brushing her dark hair from her forehead and kissing it. I'm not used to sharing what's on my mind, let alone my emotions.
All right,
she said, licking her lips again.
Akar, did you hear me?
She huffed, annoyed. No. I was remembering the feel of your mouth, I croaked, brushing the back of my hand over her breasts. She was still perched on top of me, our bodies still connected. Suhomi's eyes darted from the window to her wardrobe and back to me.
We have to go before my father's men realize you are here,
she said urgently. I scoffed. Who do you take me for? As I thrust into her with a shallow, upward stroke. Her eyes widened, and she rasped out my name in surprise.
Akar.
I am the commander of a Boma battalion, a trained assassin, and you think the King's Guard know of my presence here? I growled, my voice low and husky. I didn't give Suhomi a chance to answer. We drifted in and out of sleep, coupling a few more times before collapsing in each other's arms. A sharp pounding on the door ripped us from the tranquil moment, and my stomach clenched. I looked around the chamber, suddenly aware of the hidden danger beyond those walls that we had forgotten in the heat of our lovemaking. Suhomi shuddered in fear and tried to untangle herself from me, but I held her tightly against me, refusing to let her go.
Who's there?
Her voice trembled as she called out tentatively.
Open the door, little sister.
Sally's voice snaked through, and Suhomi's eyes widened. She moved away from me, and I watched as she cleaned up my seed with the sheets. Scrambling to her wardrobe, she grabbed a tunic and ran toward her dresser, hastily reaching for a pair of leather pants before slipping into them. Her movements, graceful but filled with a sudden urgency. What do you think you are doing? I hissed. You are not going out there. I glared at her fiercely across the room, trying to make her understand the danger that awaited beyond that door. I got out of bed and scrambled for my clothes, ready to fight whatever threat her brother had awaiting us.
We are leaving this chamber,
she said, dashing to the wardrobe again, her hair wild and unkempt against her half-buttoned lilac tunic. The pounding on the door grew louder as Sally shouted for Suhomi to open it. Yes, we are, I said, stalking to the window. I frantically scanned the yard below, only to spy 2 palace guards staring straight at me. I quickly hid behind the curtains and pondered our options. Anyone close to this chamber would know we had just accepted and completed our bond. The scent of our mating lingered in the air, and the golden hue of our eyes would be unmistakable. From the corner of my eye, I spotted Suhomi placing something inside her boot, and my lips curled into a sly smile.
Father calls for you. What is taking you so long?
Sally's voice boomed from the door, thick with wrath. When I whipped around, Suhomi had already begun gathering her belongings, filling the little bag she had when I caught her trying to slip from the window. Her face an unyielding mask of calm determination.
Apologies, brother. I was asleep.
She shouted back to the door.
You better call for Lavrith. It was she who locked my door. I'll be waiting here.
She shot me a determined glance before briskly gathering all the clothes in her wardrobe and tossing them on the floor. "What are you doing, female?" I demanded. But my tirade halted as I watched her open a hidden wall that led to a tunnel within the palace. "If you knew about this exit, why were you even attempting to jump out your window?" I asked, astonished. She stared at me over her shoulder and lifted an eyebrow, before replying with an unwavering voice.
Are you coming or not?
"You know what? Forget it," I mumbled, following her into the tunnel, closing the hidden door as carefully as possible, aware it wouldn't be long until someone discovered our escape route. "Where does this lead?" I grumbled, still agitated by her lack of self-preservation instincts.
It can take us anywhere within the palace walls and even beyond, to the forest,
she said, turning back to me.
Where is your transport?
"I don't have one," I said, pushing her forward down the dark path. "Take us to the transport room. We will secure a ship there."
You are mad.
Suhumi Whisper shouted as we quickly made our way forward.
Do you know what Father will do to us if we get caught?
"I am aware," I gritted out, clenching my jaw as my mind raced through each likely outcome if we failed. "But neither he nor your brother knows the lengths I'll go through to protect you."
Chapter 17. Suhumi. The tunnel walls seemed to close in around us as I led Akar down the dark, damp path. My skin crawled as the musty smell filled my nostrils, and I heard my own ragged breath labored and loud compared to the oppressive silence. My heart raced as I navigated the bends in the tunnel, guiding Akar to the transport room. What would my father do to us if my brother caught on to our escape route? What would he do to my mate? During the last rotation, my life had been turned upside down, and everything I considered right and safe had changed, all in the blink of an eye. My brother, who had been my only point of contact outside the temple for several cycles, had turned out to be a worthless cretin. My father was more insane than I ever realized, and dutifully following his decisions was the epitome of madness. Both wanted Akar dead, and if they discovered we had bonded, they wouldn't hesitate to kill me as well. Even though I didn't think that exit point was a good idea, I had quickened my pace, but my feet faltered at the intersection of tunnels that led to the forest. I stood staring in that direction for several moments. If we went that way, we'd only have to deal with 2 or 3 guards, but then we'd have to arrange transportation off-world if we couldn't find another spaceship nearby first. I shook my head and exhaled sharply through my nostrils. Akar's strong hand on my shoulder brought me to a sudden halt. He pressed his chest against my back, and I could feel his solid warmth through my thin tunic. His other hand moved to my hip, and he placed a gentle kiss on the nape of my neck. A moan escaped my throat, and I felt heat rise to my cheeks at his touch. His fingertips were making soothing circles on my hip, and I closed my eyes, allowing myself to relax into him.
"You are nervous,"
he whispered in my ear, his breath hot against my skin.
"Trust me, my little huntress."
I lifted my chin and opened my eyes to look at him over my shoulder. A spark ignited in his golden blue eyes that made my breath hitch. I gulped, feeling foolish for doubting him. "I trust you, Akar," I said, biting my lip. "It's just that I have a bad feeling about this." My voice faltered as I tried to fight the tightness, suffocating me from within.
"Female, everything will go as it should."
Akar's gaze darkened, and a trickle of unease pulsated through the bond. I nodded, even if frowning. "Okay," I said, shifting from his embrace and squeezing his hand reassuringly. My stomach fluttered with nervous energy, and I took a deep breath. "This way," I announced, walking north and leaving the forest exit behind us. Akar stayed close by my side, his eyes constantly darting around and his hand on the hilt of his sword. His emotions were under tight control, not letting anything seep through, and I made a conscious effort to remain calm and trust that he knew what he was doing. It would take Saley less than a beat to realize that I was no longer in the room and a few more to smell which exit I had chosen. We didn't have time for doubt, and I was letting fear interfere with my decisions. My father had been doing that with me, and I didn't want to make the same mistakes as him. When we reached the palace's transport and control room, the noise of skimmers taking off and landing seeped into the tunnel through the thick walls. The sun had risen only beats ago, and the area was overrun with warriors and mechanics scurrying around and pilots racing to their destinations, unaware of our presence. "Through that door," I said, pointing to a carved alcove, "we can access the transport room, and right on the left side." I continued as we stepped inside and looked around. "If you look closely, you will notice that this window is actually a door to the control room." A feral grin spread across Akhar's face.
Perfect. Perfect.
He said as he twiddled with his wrist comb.
Aren't you a devious little huntress? How do you know these tunnels so well?
I lifted an eyebrow, scoffing.
Never mind. You were always a huntress.
His lips twitched, and he looked down at his comm, which beeped with a low vibration. He brought his wrist to his mouth.
Attention. Emergency meeting in the Great Hall with the Transport Master. All personnel must enable automation. Authorization codes have been sent out.
I stared at him with my mouth open. "How did you do that?" I asked in disbelief when I heard the hustle and bustle of people rushing through the halls to assemble for the emergency meeting. Akhar raised his eyebrows at me and gave me an offended look.
You forget. I am High Commander. I have my tricks too, little huntress.
He bopped my nose with his finger affectionately. I snorted. "You, sir, are very arrogant," I said, kissing his lips with a smile. Akhar tapped the false window that showed an angle of the transport room, and with a silent click, a door opened straight into the control room. He quickly made his way over to one station, fiddling with its controls and entering codes. A monitor zoomed in on a mid-sized cruiser docked at Pier 7.
You wait here while I secure that ship for us,
Akhar said, opening a drawer over the panels where several pieces of equipment were stored. My eyes caught the wrist comms lined up on a low shelf. Akhar picked one, programmed a few code sequences into it, and placed it on my wrist. Tears flooded my eyes, and I felt embarrassed for being so sentimental. I had longed for a comm for so long, yet I was getting it right as he went off into peril. Life certainly wasn't fair, and it almost made me want to shout, but instead I seized his arm and said, "No, I'll go with you." The monitors began making noises, but Akhar did not pay attention to them. His eyes were locked on mine.
Suomi, I know you are a true warrior.
He brought his hands up to my face, cradling it gently as he said,
But I need your help here. Give me a few beats to disable the ship's locators.
He said softly. His thumbs caressed my neck, and I sunk into him, inhaling his tantalizing scent.
When I call for you, I want you to press this button,
he said, pointing to a black round switch on the wall panel by the door.
It will open the outside doors without triggering alarms.
I frowned and opened my mouth to protest, but Akhar looked at me with a warning. I remembered that a warrior followed orders, so I nodded. "Okay," I said hesitantly. "Can't you do that from inside the cruiser?"
I could, but that requires codes sent from the controller. No one will notice we're escaping if you push that button.
Akhar silenced me with a brief kiss, tapped the false window one more time, and opened the door, stepping into the transport room. I knew we didn't have much time before the warriors realized there was no meeting, and my nerves were frayed. I watched his stealthy movements through the monitor as he made his way through the ship's shadows, avoiding detection from security droids. Then he vanished from my sight. My heart raced as I frantically searched the monitors until my scales prickled and my stomach dropped. Slowly, I turned and saw Saley standing behind me, looking at me with a mix of curiosity, pity, and disappointment. A few rotations ago, that look would have made me feel ashamed. Now, all it did was make me angry. He had changed a lot since the last time I saw him. His black uniform was pressed to perfection, with the commander's insignia visible on his left side. His jet black hair, so like mine, was pulled back in an ornate style. It was intricately plaited and twisted around his curvy horns in an elaborate pattern.
I see Father wasn't mistaken.
He sneered.
You reek of him.
His voice seethed with contempt and pure loathing for me. Good to see you too, brother, I replied tersely. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Akar enter the cruiser, and the door slid shut behind him. My insides churned with mixed emotions. My brother had been kind to me when I was a child and had been the only one to ever write to me when I was in that temple. Still, the memory of his conversation with my father was present in my mind, and I couldn't forgive him for it. Sally stepped into the control room through the tunnel entrance.
You have gone and mated with him,
he stated coldly, his eyes boring into mine. How did you know I would be here? I asked quickly, searching the monitors desperately for someone else who could have come through the door with him, but found only silence around us.
You forget that we used to run and hide around these tunnels together. When Lavries opened the door and you weren't there, I tracked your scent immediately,
he said darkly, with a hint of menace in his voice. Sully,
Are you mad?
He roared, his hot breath washing over me like a wave of blistering heat. His voice boomed through the room, echoing off the walls like a savage beast.
What were you thinking?
I swallowed hard, my rage radiating from me in waves. I looked him square in the eye and hissed through clenched teeth, I love him. He is my mate. Sally's expression softened, and he took a deep breath. He stepped closer with measured caution and extended his hand.
Come on, I'll help you. Where is he?
His voice was soothing, like he was trying to coax a scared animal. I arched an eyebrow and clenched my fists, my muscles tense and barely holding back my rage. The air between us crackled with electricity, yet Sally's posture seemed to ease. Why would you do that? I demanded suspiciously. A few moments ago, you wanted to kill him. He released a heavy sigh and looked up at the ceiling.
Yes, I wanted to kill him, but it was before I learned of your bonding. You two are mated now, and nothing short of killing you can be done to change that.
His outstretched hand never wavered from its position.
I can't stand by and watch you suffer, Suhomi. You are my baby sister.
His voice was heavy with conviction, and I was taken aback by his sincerity for a moment. Still, the thought of Sally helping us escape after agreeing to kill Akar gnawed at me. My wrist comb vibrated with a familiar voice.
Little Huntress, open the doors and come out here.
Akar's tone was urgent. My eyes flew between the control panel and Sally before settling on his face once again. He offered me a comforting smile before nodding toward the panel by the door.
Go on, Suhomi,
he said softly in encouragement. I searched his eyes for deception, but found only reassurance in his violet gaze. My shoulders relaxed as I pushed the button, allowing me to watch as the roof began to slide away through the monitors. It revealed a brilliant blue morning sky in its wake. Sally's hand remained outstretched toward me, and I cautiously placed mine in his grip. He closed his fingers around it and squeezed gently, yet firmly.
Now come. I'll take you to your mate,
he said, pulling me to the door. Relief coursed through my body, and I shuddered. I led the way with Sally at my heels and made my way to Pier 7, where Akar had already started the cruiser's engines. Akar came sprinting and stopped abruptly when his gaze locked on something behind me. His muscles tensed, his claws sliding out, and his hand tightly gripped his sword's hilt. Akar, Sally will... I stopped short when I was roughly yanked back by my hair.
You are a worthless whore, betraying your own race for this boma. What on Kayaki's name were you thinking, Suhomi?
Sally's words were full of scorn and revulsion, as if I had become the vilest creature known instead of following my instincts and Kayaki's divine will. My cheeks burned with shame, knowing I had allowed myself to fall for his schemes. A low growl from Akar echoed in my ears.
Release her, and I won't kill you.
His words resonated as he kept his eyes locked on Sally, only briefly glancing in my direction. Sally pulled me harder by the hair, bringing me to my toes.
And what makes you think I won't kill her first? My father will thank me. No one will want her now.
I'm the one you want. Let her go, and I will go without a fight.
Akar's eyes flicked to me again, but quickly returned to Sally. The sound of approaching warriors made my heartbeat go into overdrive. Sally smirked.
You will come with me, yes, but I have no intention of letting this whore go anywhere.
He spat on the ground as he tightened his grip on my hair.
She has to face the storm she created.
My breath hitched as I stared into Akar's darkening eyes. I flashed with anger, and he roared, drawing his sword, poising to strike. I felt his rage burning through our bond like an inferno. Still feeling like an idiot for trusting my brother again, I lifted my tunic, exposing my boots. The movement caught Akar's attention, and he slightly shook his head. Sally's cruel words stung like boiling acid, and humiliation burned in my veins as I grabbed my dagger.
Call for the king,
Sally shouted, completely deranged. When he loosened his grip on my hair, I dropped my body to the ground, making him lose his balance. Akar jumped and brought his sword to my brother's chest.
Release my mate.
His voice was low and dangerous. Sally scrambled to grab me again, but failed. My knuckles whitened as I held onto the hilt of the dagger, and with a burst of adrenaline, I spun around and lunged forward, burying the blade in his groin. He let out a blood-curdling shriek of pain, collapsing on top of me in agony, his body pressing me into the ground. Akar rushed forward, power radiating from his body as he pulled me from beneath my brother's writhing form. Sally clawed at me again, but Akar spun him around, shoving his sword into his shoulder as a warning. His eyes widened in fear until he bellowed a command.
Kill them.
Bullets whizzed past me just as Akar pulled Sally in front of us, using him as a shield to protect us from the fierce onslaught. Sally's trembling voice echoed in the room.
Hold your fire!
Little Huntress, can you walk?
Akar demanded, his voice low and icy. His eyes never faltered from the warriors pointing their guns at us, but he showed a nerve-wracking calm as he waited for my answer. My trembling hands were stained with Sally's yellow rusty blood, and I found my voice. Yes, I choked out.
Good. Good.
Akar said.
Now walk slowly up the ramp to the cruiser's door.
His voice was low but clear, not leaving room for doubt. Looking up, I saw Akar was still holding Sally, who had stopped thrashing. His calm voice sounded close to my ear.
Suhomi, now.
My gaze flickered to the warriors with their weapons still pointed at us, and then to the door, which seemed far but was only a few steps away. Weak on my knees, my breathing was ragged with fear as Akar stepped up behind me and used Sally's body to shield him as he went up the ramp.
Be careful not to kill your prince.
He shouted to the warriors.
He is already bleeding.
His taunt agitated the warriors, but they held their fire, probably not wanting to kill the prince and princess all at once. My body felt numb as we reached the cruiser's door, and I took a deep breath of relief from seeing Akar enter behind me. He kept Sally's body outside the door, still shielding us.
You'll never make it out of here,
Sally said, his voice strained. Sweat trickled down his face, and his eyes glistened with pain and rage.
We will see about that,
Akar said, pulling my dagger still embedded in his groin. He howled as blood spurted out of his wound. Akar struck him with a hard punch, sending him tumbling down the ramp before quickly pushing me further into the room and slamming the door close. The cruiser's door slid shut, gunshots flying in, damaging the metallic walls until the door shut completely. Deafening alarms wailed around us, drowning out Solly's cries and making my ears ring. Akar pulled me against him, and I gasped as I felt his body shuddering against mine.
I almost lost you.
He breathed into my hair. I hugged him and felt something slimy and wet. When I looked, the yellow rusty blood on my fingers shocked me. "You're bleeding," I said in a panic, seeing Akar's jaw clench.
It's nothing serious,
he said, brushing a strand of hair out of my face.
We have to go. Now.
He shouted as he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me toward the navigation cabin. I climbed into the co-pilot's seat and looked up as a shadow crossed over us. The roof doors were starting to close. The transport room was full of warriors running back and forth, many still firing at us. Others were running toward other cruisers, ready to take flight. "Akar," I said, looking up at the doors closing on us. "They were going to lock us in there."
Strap in,
Akar yelled, his hand clamped on the lever of the throttle. I pulled tight on the safety belt, my hands squeezing the armrests in anticipation. Akar yanked the lever hard, and I felt a sudden burst of power surge through the cruiser, sending us rocketing upwards. The brutal force pushed me back into the seat, with a force that made me gasp. I closed my eyes, begging not to lose control of my bladder. Akar maneuvered the craft around and through the closing gap, barely making it out before the doors shut tight. Outside, I gritted my teeth as he adjusted the thrusters, sending the cruiser into a tight corkscrew maneuver. The sudden surge of acceleration and abrupt change of direction caught our pursuers off guard, and they were left scrambling to recalibrate their weapons systems. Fireballs of red-hot laser blasts whizzed past the ship, sending sparks cascading down the hull as our shields held strong against their onslaught. Warning lights blinked and alarms blared like a cacophony of sirens as we sat in the navigation cabin. Neither of us dared to speak. My hands were trembling. I stared at the monitors, my eyes quickly darting from one screen to another, taking in every detail. The Palace cruisers were left behind, and I relaxed, closing my eyes, trying not to celebrate that we had escaped from the chaos toward safety. I watched Akar's profile as he worked with furious intensity. His fingers flew over the console, pressing buttons in a flurry, his face a mirror of concentration. My eyes caught movement on the monitor to my left, and my heart skipped a beat as dozens of cruisers appeared on the horizon. "Akar," I said, feeling the icy grip of fear clutch at my chest and my breath catch in my throat. He looked up, his eyes stopping on the monitor for a fraction of a sec, and he turned to me with a devilish smirk. "What are you doing?" I shrieked, looking at him like he was mad as I felt the cruiser rotate and, without a hiccup, line up in fleet formation.
This is my fleet, led by my second, Kantu.
His eyes sparkled as he winked at me with the confidence of one who knows he cannot be defeated. "Why didn't you tell me that earlier?" I shouted.
Little Huntress, you'll have to trust me sometime.
I simmered, my hands balling into fists as his words left me speechless. This male had so much hidden behind his stoic exterior. His fearlessness and tenacity in making something like this work was absolutely remarkable. His impressive combat skills were only a fraction of his astonishing potential, and a newfound admiration for him grew within me. "I guess you know what you're doing after all," I said grudgingly, with an appreciative smile forming on my face. He chuckled.
That's why you keep me around, Little Huntress.
Akar's fleet of cruisers expertly maneuvered around us, blocking the ever-growing pack of Palace cruisers. Through the comm lines, I could hear Kantu barking orders to the other pilots, and soon it was impossible to tell where one ship ended and another began. I learned Akhar's fleet had set up a shield, and they were having difficulties disabling it. They were using jamming devices to interfere with the palace's radar and communication systems, making it even harder for them to track our movements. The formation was so dense that, at times, it almost seemed like we were in some kind of force field. The other ships surrounded us protectively, creating what appeared to be a cloaking effect that made it very hard for the palace cruisers to spot us among the larger vessels. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the cabin.
You owe me one. Don't forget it.
My eyes widened at hearing Saruk, the transport master's voice, crackling through the comms.
I won't.
That was my mate's response? I stared at him in astonishment. You had all this planned. Why didn't you tell me? He looked at me with a steady gaze.
I wasn't certain it would work,
he said calmly.
Regardless, would you have trusted me?
His eyes probed, searching for something. But I do trust you, I exclaimed, hurt. Had I not shown it to him? I could feel his vulnerability through the bond, and I unstrapped my belt and sat on his lap. He nuzzled my neck and whispered,
We are newly mated, and with time, you will learn to trust me.
Don't you feel it? I placed my hand on his chest, where his heart beat wildly. His eyes sparkled with knowing assurance as he spoke.
I can feel you and know of your love for me, Suhomi. But trust is something that can only be earned with time.
He continued, a sly smile appearing on his face.
And no, you don't trust me yet, but you will.
Staring at him, I realized he was right. Doubts and fears about trusting others still lingered in my mind. My chest was heavy with mixed emotions. Anger, admiration, and love for this complex male before me. I wanted to scream at him for being so secretive and punch him for being so smugly sure of himself, but at the same time, I wanted to kiss him for keeping us safe. I lowered my mouth to his and kissed him for the first time since we'd escaped. His lips were warm and inviting, and I pressed into him, tentatively exploring his mouth with my tongue. He let me do it for a few secs, but then suddenly took off a kiss, deepening it and leaving me breathless. The fire in his eyes made my skin tingle and my heart race. My mouth curved into a mischievous grin as I undulated my hips against his solid body. He growled low, the sound reverberating deep in my chest.
Suhomi.
You are right, I murmured against his lips. But I want you to tell me everything if you seek to gain my trust. I need you to share your plans, thoughts, and feelings with me. Akhar looked into my eyes, and I felt our thread vibrate through the bond. He nodded as he squeezed my hips.
I will,
he said, kissing me. We had time. We'd eventually learn to trust each other fully.
Epilogue. Akhar. From my perched position, atop a snow-covered peak in the cold mountains of Kardho, I watched as Suhomi drew her bow. She locked her right arm, tightening the string, and tucking the end into the crook of her fur-covered shoulder. As she aimed, I could see her violet golden eyes thin with concentration behind the leather guard that protected her cheek. I admired my mate's skills as she inhaled deeply and closed her eyes for a moment. She pursed her full lips as she held her breath and released her arrow in a faint whisper. The thorium arrow I had made for her a few weeks before whistled through the air and pierced the bird's breast. It flew off in shock, its wings beating frantically before finally falling to the ground with a thud. A ruckus ensued from its flock as all other birds flew away in different directions, the white of their wings blending with the snow, turning the flock invisible. I hopped on my sled and slid down the mountain, catching her attention. She looked sheepishly at me, darting her eyes to her kill and back to me. I thought we agreed you would stop hunting for a while, I drawled, not really understanding why she couldn't wait a few more months before returning to the wilderness.
You suggested it. I never agreed with your silly demand.
She turned and sashayed to where the bird lay at the hot spring's edge. Suhomi, I warned, clenching my jaw in frustration. The female was infuriating, but I loved her with all my might. She glanced at me over her shoulder with smoldering eyes, biting her lower lip, and let her bow fall with a soft thud. Her cloak followed, as well as the rest of her garments. I watched in rapture as she unclothed, seeing her nipples pebble with the cold and bit out. I know what you are doing. I swallowed hard, feeling my pants tighten around my groin. You won't distract me, female.
I seek only to warm myself, mate.
She turned to me, showing her naked body.
I don't need to distract you,
she said, rubbing her hand over her swollen belly. Her arm was scarred with a burn mark from when we crashed 4 months before, and I clenched my teeth. The devious female was testing me, and I loved it. She was mine, carrying my young, and we were safe. That was all I cared about. I think you need a punishment for misbehaving, I said, walking to her. She entered the hot spring and sighed in pleasure.
Do I?
All the blood rushed down, and I removed my clothes while holding her lustful gaze. She made room for me when I stepped inside the hot water, lacing her arms around my neck.
I love you.
She breathed on my lips. I smiled. You are not getting away with hunting while carrying my child, Suhomi, I said, pulling her head up gently and staring into her eyes. How would you bring that bird to the encampment? I asked, gesturing to where the dead animal lay.
After dressing it properly, I would drag it to my sled and bring it home safely,
she said, her eyes flashing.
Don't treat me like an invalid. I'm pregnant, not lame.
I stared into her beautiful eyes, my heart aching from the love I felt for her. She was so strong and resilient, despite the dangers of life on this harsh continent. I know you're not lame, I whispered, pushing a strand of hair away from her face. But you've also got to understand that hunting while pregnant is dangerous for both you and our young.
But...
She began to protest, until I pressed my lips against hers to quiet her. I love you, I whispered against her mouth. And I don't want either of you to get hurt. So please, just let me take care of hunting while you take care of our little one. My plea seemed to mollify her somewhat, and she nodded before snuggling against me, peppering soft kisses on my neck. We stayed there for a few moments afterward, just clinging to each other in the brisk air until, finally, she lifted her face to me with a satisfied smile.
Thank you for taking care of me,
she said softly, before reaching up to press a kiss against my lips. I smiled back at her, feeling contented warmth radiating from within as I held on to this moment that seemed almost too perfect. We had much to do, and holding Suhomi in my arms energized me. My mind drifted to what I had to do before the rotation ended, and I sighed. Many moons ago, one of my team stumbled upon a forgotten ancient city, hidden away, centuries before, in the southeastern region of Cardho. I immediately saved the information in encrypted files and reported it to the Central Command while biding my time, looking for an opportunity to get something in return. I hoped to trade our find for weapons and supplies for my men when the king sent me to collect his daughter. However, after seeing the corruption in Embu and nearly losing my mate, I decided it would be best not to share our discovery with the kingdom, and instead use it for our agenda. The thorium reserves would only feed into Embu's existing corruption, lining up the pockets of the council and never reaching the people it should go to. Before heading out to the palace, I transferred all my credits to an offshore account and gave Cantu access. He brought us fresh supplies and manpower to help with any necessary cleanup. Together, we have been constructing a mirror shield to mask our presence in Cardho. We had been living on the ice continent for nearly 2 months, and I wanted to have it ready before our child arrived. Once it was done, we could activate the shield and start rebuilding this long-forgotten city with many of my men and their families. We would still fight for Raxos, but with our own forces and supplies. My wristcom vibrated, and we looked down. News. Why are you calling me so soon? I asked Cantu with annoyance in my voice. He had just left 2 rotations ago.
The king is dead,
he said bluntly. A sharp gasp came from Suomi, and I growled.
I am sorry, Princess. I didn't know you were listening,
Cantu said with sorrow in his voice.
But Akar, I need to see you. I'll be docking in an hour.
The news of the king's death had hit Suomi hard, but she lifted herself out of the spring, gathering her things and avoiding my gaze. I knew she had been grieving the loss of her family, as if they had died, and seeing her act so fast sent a trickle of worry down my spine. Through the bond, I felt her anguish and determination. Dressing quickly, I stopped her when she went to collect the bird. Leave it there. I'll send someone to dress it and bring it home, I said, pulling her into a tight embrace. Are you okay? She pulled from me and nodded, showing me a sad smile.
I am. He was lost to me. Maybe now he'll find rest by my mother's side,
she said, walking to her sled.
Let's go.
I wanted to tell her I was sorry for her loss, but I knew she didn't need my words. She felt it through the bond, and I wouldn't lie to her by saying I was sorry for his death. I wasn't, but I was sorry it made her sad. We waited by the city's entrance, which was nothing more than old gates made of strengthened thorium and rock at the feet of a mountain. It led to the underground city of Menorah, where I was rebuilding a house for us, while the palace was still under construction. The wind picked up as the cruiser Cantu was docking landed, and I went to him, wondering what this was about. The door whooshed open, and he stepped out, not wearing a cloak.
I am glad you came. I needed to talk to you.
He trailed off, looking over my shoulder, and bowed.
Princess Suomi, I am sorry for your loss,
he said quietly. Her footfalls sounded in the powdered snow as she approached us.
No, you are not. But I appreciate you telling me this lie,
she said, without missing a beat, her hands clenched as she asked him.
Who's the new king?
Cantu's eyes darted between us before settling on mine.
That's one of the reasons I came. We don't know. As of today, no one has come forward, and the council is taking over the kingdom until an heir arrives.
I felt Suomi's body tense and heard a sharp inhale beside me.
This is unprecedented.
Suddenly, movement behind Cantu caught my eye, and I glanced up, my hand automatically reaching for the sword at my side. Cantu, who have you brought to my city? He spun around and motioned toward a dozen people standing in the shadows of the cruiser.
The High Priest has contacted me. These people need your help.
Suomi gasped.
Nahanta?
As soon as they stepped into the light, I could see the wounds, bruises, and broken bones each of them had suffered. I understood their dire situation when I noticed 2 of them had their hands linked, a Boma female and an Ukuma male.
Yes,
Cantu confirmed.
They are couples with mixed matings. Some are bonded while the rest are in the mating fever phase.
His gaze searched mine, and I could see the question in his eyes.
Of course we will help,
Suomi declared, without a trace of hesitation.
What kind of question is that?
I never said anything. I growled in frustration.
You didn't need to.
She spat, striding toward them without another word. I threw my hands in the air and shot Cantu an exasperated glance. He resisted the urge to smile, and instead explained that the High Priestess had warned of increasing hate crimes against mixed matings since King Zal began his hunt for me, after our escape from the palace. So, she's sending people in need here, I asked, and he nodded grimly.
The council keeps sending the message that they are unnatural and must be killed.
He confirmed, somberly.
Which is why Nahanta will not stand for it any longer.
Suomi's gaze caught mine, and we stared at each other for a long moment before she smiled, igniting a spark of determination in my soul. Yes, we would help them all. We would rebuild our ancient city, and when the new king arrived, we would try to negotiate with him. But our fates wouldn't depend on a stranger's will. We would rebuild Menorah and help Raxus fight for our right to live. We would focus on cleaning Embu from within once the war with the Zorgo was over. I didn't doubt it. The sound of Suomi's rich laughter as she spoke with an Ukuma female made my heart swell with love, knowing that no matter what happened, we would make it through. We would be all right.
This has been Stars Faded, a forbidden alien love story written by Ava Martin. If you've enjoyed this book and are curious about what happens next, Ava Martin invites you to access her exclusive reader community at reamstories.com/avamartin. To access bonus content, including short audiobooks, simply hit the follow button on Ava's Ream page. For those eager for more stories being crafted by Ava, opt for subscribing to a tier for early access to chapters of upcoming books. Your support and engagement mean the world to Ava. If you liked this book, please leave a review. Thank you for listening. This audiobook was digitally narrated with multicast voices for your enjoyment.